Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are St. Louis.
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball, and the West Coast swing continues for the Cardinals tonight. Looking for a sweep. It's game number 3, the St. Louis Cardinals and the Los Angeles Angels. Starting pitching has been a theme for the Cardinals in this series. Arquilla in the driver's seat. Game 1, 8 innings from Mike Leake. Last night, 7 strong innings from Jaime Garcia. 4 hits, no runs. Walked 1 and struck out 8. That was his reaction, pitching out of a jam in the 7th. With the Cardinals Hall of Famer Jim Edmonds and Jim Hayes, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Delighted to have you with us. And starting pitching, it goes hand in hand with winning baseball. The Cardinals have been pitching well. They're winning games.
Definitely. Starting pitching is going to drive this team to where they need to go. And tonight, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Adam Wainwright keeps improving each time he goes out there, and see if he's got his stuff tonight, and also see how Jared Weaver is going to get through this lineup with his velocity dropping each time that he goes out there.
The hardest pitch he has thrown this year, 86 miles an hour for Jared Weaver. So it is Adam Wainwright getting the call here tonight. It's our Budweiser What's on Tap. And in interleague play, Adam Wainwright has had pretty good success. 11-6 his record with an ERA that is just under 3. Wainwright and the Cardinals look for a sweep next. West is brought to you by Bud Light. Raise 1-2 right now. By Chevrolet. Visit your local Mid-America Chevy dealer for great prices on the all-new 2016 Malibu. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. 50th anniversary of this ballpark, and the Cardinals looking for a sweep here in interleague play. along with Jim Edmonds and Jim Hayes. I'm Dan McLaughlin. 66 degrees and a beautiful night for baseball here in Southern California. The Cardinals will turn to Adam Wainwright here tonight for Mike Matheny's club. On the other side, Jared Weaver. So Jim Edmonds, a couple of guys that, maybe don't have the same stuff that they once did, but they compete and still can get wins.
Yeah, two things I'm looking for tonight. One, Adam Wainwright, getting back to Adam Wainwright and seeing what kind of stuff he's going to feature tonight. And then the other is going to be Jared Weaver, trying to pitch and be effective with low velocity, or velocity that he's not used to working with, which is going to be in the low 80s, which is something we don't see every day in the big leagues.
Very good changeup still, throws that curveball, gets a lot of guys out in front. He's 6'7", and so is Adam Wainwright. So two of the taller pitchers in the game of baseball squaring off tonight. The Cardinals took game one as they won that one 8-1. Mike Leake went 8 innings. We saw the 10th leadoff home run by Matt Carpenter in his career. Holiday, the big night, he went 3 for 5 with 3 extra base hits. Last night, Jaime Garcia, 7 innings, 4 hits against Matt Shoemaker. Was recalled from the minor leagues, only went 4 innings. And the Cardinals had multi-hit nights from Piscotty, Molina, and Grichuk. 5 different Cardinals with an RBI. So this offense is starting to really click for St. Louis.
Seems like they came out here and guys turned it up a notch, and it's nice to see. And I'm sure around the clubhouse, especially with the leadoff home run by Carpenter the other night, just is a good feeling when you start to score runs, and then the pitching, which has been there through and through, is right back where it needs to be.
Take a look at the Cardinals lineup. They've only had just a little bit of support early on for the St. Louis Cardinals in Adam Wainwright starts, but in his last 3, 16 runs. It'll be Matt Carpenter, who's red hot, then Stephen Piscotty, 400 average in his last 16 games. Matt Holiday, then Matt Adams, his second consecutive start. Yadier Molina, Jeremy Hazelbaker, Randall Grichuk, Colton Wong, and Aledmys Diaz leads the club in just about every offensive category, and he's batting 9th. And on the mound, it is Jared Weaver. He'll get the call tonight for the Angels. His record stands at 3-1 this season. He's coming off a no decision in his last start. That was against the Rays on Saturday. 2 runs in 6 innings in a 4-2 Angels loss. So from the Angels side, this is the right guy to have on the mound as they continue to struggle. They have lost 5 straight. Dobbs Tire and Auto Center's defense for Mike Scioscia's club. Daniel Nava, the former Red Sox outfielder, is in left for the Angels. Mike Trout, MVP, and he's been either the MVP or the runner-up 4 consecutive years. He's in center. Cole Calhoun is in right. Escobar, Pennington, Giavotella, and Crone along the infield, and Carlos Perez is behind the plate. Cardinals are scoring at a record pace on the road, and we came away from spring training worried about this offense after what we saw last year. But man, things have changed in a hurry here in the first 6 weeks of this regular season.
And that's why you try not to put too much into spring training. Worry about who's going to do what and how they're going to come up with certain things. It seems like they find a way every year, and just goes to show you right here, sometimes spring training really doesn't mean anything.
Nope. It's going to be odd watching Jared Weaver throw with this velocity. Again, I mentioned it during the open. The hardest pitch he has thrown is 86 miles an hour this year. And that is second lowest to knuckleballer R.A. Dickey, as his fastball averages just 82 miles an hour. That's it.
67-mile-an-hour curveball right there.
No balls and 2 strikes on Matt Carpenter. Last 6 games, he's got 3 home runs and hitting .391. And that's against the shift. Cliff Pennington makes the play, and there's 1 out. Now 33 years of age, in his 11th year with the Angels. He was the 12th overall pick back in 2004, Jared Weaver. As you get a look at Stephen Piscotty. One out and nobody on. So what's your approach as a hitter when a guy is throwing under the normal speed that you see for 6 months, day in and day out.
You really have to just stay back and be patient. And you've got to look in an area and stick with it. You can't try and guess what he's going to do or try to think that he's going to do something that he's not. You just really have to sit back, see the ball. It's like batting practice, and just wait for a pitch to hit. The hardest thing for a hitter right now is thinking somewhere in your head that there's 88 in there, 89 in there somewhere, and it's such a hard thing to not think about, and you want to jump out there because you know one of these times he's going to tie you up and he's got something left in the tank still.
2-2. That pitch at 85. This guy has been a winner. Just get a look at what Piscotty has done in last 5 games, and he lifts a fly ball out to left, and he's turned into a fly ball pitcher. A lot of times hitters are out in front, so with that, a lot of pop-ups, especially on the infield. The Hyundai pitch arsenal: the fastball, slider, curve, and change. Change-up is around 70 to 72 miles an hour. They say because he's so big and long and lanky and thin that he can really still sell the changeup.
And I think it's just difficult in general when you see a guy this big throwing those speeds, because you really expect the velocity to come out of his hand being that tall and that big. And it really is just like a little bit of an illusion. So like I said, you have to just fight your brain to stay back and really just pay attention and watch what's going on.
Here's a 1-0. Holiday pops it up, and it's on the infield. Again, you'll see this time and again with Jared Weaver, and the Cardinals go down 1-2-3. Adam Wainwright to the mound when we come back, and there's no score. Stadium, first of 3 with the LA Dodgers. Mike Scioscia, longest tenured manager in Major League Baseball. His lineup, and it's been struggling mightily. Yunel Escobar, Cole Calhoun, and Mike Trout in the first. The DH is Albert Pujols. Then Daniel Nava, switch hitter. C.J. Cron, Johnny Giavotella, Carlos Perez, and the switch hitting shortstop Cliff Pennington. Against Adam Wainwright, his record stands at 2-3. Last time out over the weekend against the Pirates, he took a no decision, gave up 3 runs in 6 1/3 against Pittsburgh. Yunel Escobar is hitting .298, 3 home runs. He's driven in 8. First pitch, base hit into center field. A couple of things to watch out for here tonight. First pitch, batters are hitting .536 against Adam Wainwright, and also, all told, the first 30 pitches of a game, they're batting .358. So then after that, he settles in. Dobbs Tire and Auto Center's defense for the Cardinals tonight. Hazelbaker in left, Grichuk in center, and Piscotty is in right. Carpenter, Diaz, Wong, and Adams along the infield, and Yadier Molina is behind the plate.
I think what you said about the first pitch thing, I think a lot of guys still know Adam Wainwright can be devastating, so you try to get to his fastball when he's throwing a strike and get me over strike like that. Obviously that's on the corner, and then you saw the first pitch of the game was like a cutter, but he left it right down the middle. So you don't want to let him get to basically his knockout pitches, because you don't know what he's going to throw when he gets on and as he settles down during the game.
Here's an 0-1 pitch. That's what you're trying to avoid right there, that curveball.
And as a lefty, you want to avoid the cutter. The cutter's nasty, and it's something that is not a fun pitch to try and hit from the left side, especially against a guy as tall as Adam and with as good a cutter as he has.
Cardinals all the time talk about his downward plane, keeping the ball down in the zone. You see the shift being used here by the Cardinals. Diaz still at short, and Carpenter, the third baseman, on the second base side. No balls and 2 strikes. The base hit by Escobar, just the 32nd hit in the last 5 games for the Angels. They have 5 extra base hits total in the last 5 games. 1-2 the count on Cole Calhoun. He's hitting .286. One of the things that stood out with Adam Wainwright in his last start was after the first inning he settled in, and it looked like vintage Adam Wainwright. Had the bases loaded, Francisco Cervelli at the plate, a 3-1 count, and eventually came back to strike him out. He gave up 2 runs in the inning, but after that he settled in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. There's a double play ball. A flip to Carpenter, and the out. 6-5-3. So the Hyundai pitch arsenal here for Adam Wainwright features the fastball, the sinker, very good curve. He's throwing it more this year, and he'll mix in a changeup here and there. At this point in time, Jimmy, I wonder why teams would even give Mike Trout anything to hit, because behind him there's just not a lot of protection. And it's crazy to say that with Pujols behind him, but that's the case right now.
I think the biggest thing with Albert is Albert's still Albert. Somewhere in there, Albert Pujols is lurking. And yeah, you definitely can be careful with Mike Trout, but one swing of the bat and it's 2-0
Sure.
from Albert. I don't take that chance very often.
Here's an 0-1 pitch to Trout. Fouled back. Talked a lot about it, Mike Trout. Just look at him, and as you mentioned last night, he looks like a linebacker, and apparently his workouts in the offseason are legendary, and just how hard he works out from the East Coast and now playing on the West Coast. 0-2 pitch, curveball hit sharply to third. There's Carpenter. That'll leave Pujols on deck. He'll lead it off in the bottom of the second. And coming up, it's Adams, Molina, and Jeremy Hazelbaker. Cardinals score 6. Any size drink is just 50 cents the next day. That's coffee fountain or frozen drinks. When they score, you pour. At the nearest on the run, you earned it.
I like that. Did you
On
make
the
that
run?
up? You score, we pour?
No, I didn't make that up.
Okay.
That copy is way above my pay scale. There's an 0-1 pitch. Adams fouls it back. Is the idea, Jimmy, as a hitter, to try to stay back against a guy that isn't throwing hard? Do you think opposite field a lot?
I was just going to say, the one thing you would have to try and do, and the one thing he's actually doing well, is he's coming inside. And as a hitter, I would have to say, if you look out over the plate and just basically take everything inside, you're going to have a better chance, because as soon as you start to look in, you can't stay back on the off-speed stuff. So the one thing to his credit that Jared's doing well already is he's throwing the fastball inside, and he has to in order to keep people honest.
1-2.
Something we'll explain all year long, and it's probably the biggest thing about hitting, is trying not to look in and cheat so you can stay back, and that's what pitchers are trying to do to you, and you're trying to do the opposite.
It floats in there for a ball, and it's 2-2 on Matt Adams. Did not start in game 1, and it's back-to-back starts for the Cardinals first baseman. Curveball lifted down the right field line, and this could be extra bases if fair. And it's fouled by a couple of feet. And the count stays 2-2. Jared Weaver on the mound. Jeff Weaver picked up a World Series championship with the Cardinals in '06, and there's some proud parents. Jared Weaver has thrown a no-hitter, and you were sitting next to his dad in the 9th inning of that game.
The last time I watched the full game here, I was sitting behind him in a couple rows back, actually, and I obviously in the 6th, 7th inning, I knew he was throwing a no-hitter, so I kept an eye on his dad and actually worked my way down behind him for the 9th inning. It was pretty awesome.
And a strikeout of Matt Adams, first of the night for Weaver. Missouri Lottery Fox tracks on the 3-2 pitch. Matt Adams may have a beef. And he does. So that call by Jerry Davis, the crew chief, goes Weaver's way. 4 up and 4 down to start this game, and it brings in number 4, Yadier Molina. This is a player that doesn't strike out very often. Matter of fact, he's gone 37 at-bats consecutive without a strikeout. Second longest streak currently in baseball. This is the kind of guy that might play right into the hands of Molina, who's so good at going to right field.
This definitely is a guy like Yadi would give him trouble. Older players, guys that can stay inside the ball. You would think lefties that could stay inside the ball. The guys that would probably give Jared trouble. But like I said earlier, that's why he has to establish a fastball inside to get people to cheat a little bit, thinking that he's going to come in there. And for some reason, as a hitter, when you get challenged inside, you want to swing too hard and do damage. It's like this macho thing you have in your head. But and it's the first thing that gets you in trouble every time.
The 2-1 pitch. Curveball tapped foul. Number 1 pick back in 2004 was Matt Bush, who had all kinds of issues off the field by the San Diego Padres. Justin Verlander was number 2. Philip Humber was in there. Homer Bailey. Jared Weaver at number 12. For the St. Louis Cardinals, it was right-handed pitcher Chris Lambert out of Boston College, and things did not pan out well for him. It was kind of a lost draft for the Cardinals. The 2-2 pitch to Molina. Hit in the air out to shallow right. Calhoun coming on for out number 2.
So it's like going to be an interesting game of almost cat and mouse.
Exactly.
See what he's going to do and to see what the hitters are going to do in reaction to the things that he's doing on the mound.
You know, we were saying the other night, what kind of player is Jeremy Hazelbaker going to be? And that's been the question for a lot of people around baseball that have seen him play in the minor leagues. Speed guy or power guy. What do you see when he's swinging the bat?
It's interesting because early in the spring, we talked about how he looked like he was just trying to hit the ball and put it in play and run. Hit a couple of home runs, and I think he's starting to know that he's got some power. He doesn't have the typical power swing. He kind of stays upright, really throws his hands at the ball, doesn't really use a whole lot of his body. So that just goes to show you how much power he probably has. Being just flipping, he does literally flips the bat at balls and hits them on the barrel, and they carry out of the ballpark. So I'd like to see when he gets a little bit more established, he gets into that, using a little bit more of his legs, he's really going to start to drive the ball.
0-2 the count with 2 outs and nobody on. And the next by Weaver is taken for a ball high. Mentioned the name earlier of R.A. Dickey. He's the only one that throws it slower than Jared Weaver, but you got to keep in mind he's a knuckleballer. Curveball that's yanked foul into the Cardinals dugout. Last year, 9-12. 9 times in his career, he's been in double figures in wins. Now in his 11th year, wearing that uniform at the big league level. Just missed. Isn't this, though, a great example that you don't have to throw 95 miles an hour? You could throw like this and still win.
Teach you how to pitch in a hurry,
I'd say. The 2-2.
The thing about throwing like this is your confidence level has to be so high, knowing that if you just have to hit your spot and make your pitch. Really, sometimes you do it, there's nothing you can do. So concentrating on throwing the ball where you're supposed to throw it and how you're supposed to throw it, and then just hope it works out. But the confidence that you have to be able to do that at 80 to 82 is ridiculous.
Popped up a mile high off the bat of Hazel Baker into shallow right. And Calhoun is there. That's 4 balls caught in the air. 6 up, 6 down for Jared Weaver. With more on big number 50, let's check in with Jim Hayes.
Dan, Wainwright would be the first to tell you he's a work in progress this season, but Adam was very encouraged after his last start where he threw 6 1/3 against the Pirates. He said after the game, quote, "I found that next gear I was looking for." Mike Matheny told me he thought the same thing. He told me that watching from the dugout, it's difficult to gauge velocity and movement properly, but what he goes by is how hitters were off balance, especially on Waino's breaking pitches, and how they seemed uncomfortable with their swings. He said that told him, Dan, Wainwright was one step better than he had been.
And so far, so good. Got the double play, then the ground out of Trout in the first. As Pujols hits that out of play. This trio right here, Wainwright, Molina, Pujols, the core of the Cardinals in one of the great runs in franchise history. All part of the 2006 championship and in 11, as Albert just got a piece. I'll never forget, I did an interview with Albert Pujols and I said, what's your approach to hitting? And I've never heard a player say this at this level. He said, I look, breaking ball, adjust, fastball. I mean, what guy says that?
It's almost impossible. That's what's amazing. But so hard to speed up too.
Yeah.
I think maybe he was messing with you.
Might have been. But how many times have we seen him turn on a very good fastball, keep it fair? All the home runs. He is 13th right now in Major League history. 566 home runs. 3 behind Rafael Palmeiro.
You can see just by watching him throw, especially up here. He's throwing darts. He looks like he's aggressive. Ball's jumping out of his hand, and it's got pretty good command of the fastball right now.
Fun matchup here. Wainwright and Pujols with Molina catching. The 3-2 pitch. Back to Wainwright. As he makes the play. Pujols is now 2 for 20 against his former team. Let's turn to Jim Edmonds. Toyota keys to the game.
I think the keys to the game is what we just talked about, is Waino being Waino, getting back to being himself, being comfortable out of the mound, attacking the zone, and the sharpness on his cutter and slider, and the sharpness on his sharpness on his breaking ball. And I thought that was interesting what Mike said about going on the reaction of how the hitters react to his stuff, and that'll tell you if he's on or not.
Fastball and a strike to Daniel Nava. In this lineup right now, there are 5 in the starting lineup tonight that are hitting below 200 for the Angels. This is one of them. Nava hitting 192. Pujols came in at 185. Gianvitella 197. Carlos Perez, backup catcher, 159. And Cliff Pennington, who will now be the everyday shortstop, is at 182. Little flare into shallow left, and Diaz comes up with it. What a play. Aledmys Diaz. My partner tonight, Jim Edmonds, just looked at me and said, wow.
I actually got a really good jump on this ball, which I like. See, kind of actually little stutter step, but just a straight line right to the ball. I was actually just as impressed with the cutter in on the hands.
That's what you get, though, against a lefty. That cutter goes in on the hands, and you get a lot of broken bats, and sometimes those little flares hit out to left. C.J. Cron, 7 RBIs over his last 12, hitting .444 during that time. Couple of home runs, and picked up a home run yesterday in Game 2. That was the Angels' first home run in their last 7 games. The 2-1 pitch. Hit the other way. And there's Stephen Piscotty. So 1-2-3 inning for Adam Wainwright here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. A little help from Aledmys Diaz, the Cardinals' everyday shortstop. Nice play in shallow left. No score. St. Louis Cardinals baseball is brought to you by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals, and by National Car Rental. Go National, go like a pro. Jim Edmonds, Jim Hayes, Dan McLaughlin with you from the Big A. And a strike to Randal Grichuk. 7, 8, and 9 in the lineup for the Cardinals here in the top of the third. Grichuk with a home run in game 1. He's 3 for 8 in this series. He said it a lot in spring training. Where would the numbers be for Randal Grichuk if he plays every day? For the most part, he's getting that chance and showing signs of coming out of it lately.
The potential is crazy. You just have to learn, stay on the field, get better every day, lean on some of your teammates for information, and learn how to use that information. That's the big thing.
It's a punch out of Randal Grichuk. Strikeout number 2 for Jared Weaver.
I mean, you can't throw it any better than that.
No.
See where that ended up?
Just point, you know,
on the tip of the strike zone, down and away.
So 1 out and nobody on. Here's Colton Wong. And Mike Matheny, I'm sure he's asking the question, what do I do with Colton Wong? How do we get him going? Look at video, look at the scouting reports, playing him every day, sit him sometimes. But what do you do to get a young player going? And that's what the Cardinals are trying to figure out.
See, he's got his hands back up high again tonight. That tells you he's trying to feel things out. It's the hardest thing as a hitter, is trying to be comfortable when you're struggling and knowing how to change, what to change, if to change at all.
We were talking the other day about high leg kicks and how Holiday is able to keep his weight back with that leg kick, then explode into the baseball. And you know, Colton Wong has that similar leg kick, but at times it seems like he gets jammed. You know, it's not down and ready to go.
Timing is everything, and especially with that leg kick. Heads up, Gooby. Almost got a chance to catch a foul ball again, didn't you? You got to get over there and catch that.
That was under the table. The 2-2. Just got a piece to stay alive.
Thing about that leg kick, going back to that, is just when you come down, you got to be ready to go. And if you're late, you're going to get jammed. And with the leg kick, it's tough to be able to put your foot down at the right time, all the time, stay balanced, stay behind the ball.
2-2 pitch, and it's swung on and missed. A strikeout of Colton Wong. It's back-to-back strikeouts to start the top of the third for Jared Weaver.
See right here, he's got good leg kick. He stays balanced. I think he stays balanced, but you could see him drift just a little bit. But the thing, like I said, worried about that fastball inside, and you get a good changeup. Doesn't matter what balance you have and who you are as a hitter. It's a tough pitch to see. The thing with this is funny, is normally you see a changeup and you can see a difference in spin. But his fastball's like a changeup. He doesn't have to really change the grip. And he's so deceiving right now that might have the same spin on the fastball as it does on the changeup. And those are the ones that are the hardest to pick up.
Here's Aledmys Diaz, who's hitting .382. Well, you said something that I think it applies to every player, whether or not you're a pitcher, but confidence. When you're throwing under the hitting speed, and the way that he's going about it here, with the highest pitch at 85, the low 66, you have to hit spots, but you also have to be very confident in what you have in your arsenal. This guy clearly is still confident in what he has.
Do your homework, know which pitch to throw to which hitter. Everybody's different.
I mean, look at all these hitters first time through, how out in front they are. None of the at-bats look to be comfortable swings.
I'm telling you, your mind plays tricks on you. You think there's going to be an 88 in there somewhere, or you see a couple fastballs. That's the other thing. Establish the fastball early. You don't have to throw it as much later in the game, and everyone's still worried about it.
Hit out of play. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jared Weaver pitched at Long Beach State, powerhouse in college baseball. He was the Golden Spikes winner in 2004. Took him about a full year to sign. Then started playing professionally in 05. And he strikes out Diaz. First time through the lineup. He strikes out 4 and he strikes out the side here at the top of the 3rd. No score from Anaheim. By T-Mobile. Dallas Keuchel, the Cy Young Award winner from a year ago. 6 innings, 10 hits, and a loss against David Price, who's also won the Cy Young Award. He's now pitching for the Red Sox. Bartolo Colon and Clayton Kershaw tonight. And Johnny Cueto against Zach Greinke. Good matchups here on the West Coast. Wainwright to face Giavotella, Perez, and Pennington. No score. And the first pitch is taken for a ball. Do you remember at the old ballpark there used to be at Busch Stadium 2, which would be celebrating its 50th anniversary here tonight of its opening. They used to have where the grounds crew would come out from that bottom level behind home plate. That's also where the umpires would go to come out and get ready to do the game. Here's a 1-1. Good curveball. As a young lad, I snuck down to the front row right after a game and a Bruce Sutter save, and Jerry Davis flipped me a baseball, and I'll never forget it. Jerry Davis is calling the balls and strikes tonight. He's a St. Louis native. That's caught by Matt Adams. Just one of those things you never forget.
And you know what? Those 2 seats that were right behind that doorway that they put in kind of at the end,
yeah,
they're in my office right now in
those are
St. Louis.
Give me one of those.
They're mine. I bought them.
Well, you know,
we can work something out.
Absolutely.
Those were actually, they put those in when I was here, and they offered me to purchase those for my family. And those were my season tickets for the last couple years at the old stadium. Yeah, and I have them in my house. I was fortunate enough to. I was down there with the wrench, unhooking them. Yeah, right.
Here's Carlos Perez. But that was the first time, and I was, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 years old when they flipped me a game ball that I realized, wait a minute, these baseballs are rubbed up. all dirty and
Totally different.
a little scuffed up. But I'll never forget that. 0-2 pitch. Good pitch, the cutter. And the first strikeout for Adam Wainwright. You seen a different Adam Wainwright tonight?
Yeah, I think it looks like, I told you, when looks like he's throwing darts down and away, hitting his spots. Nice cutter right there, comes out of his hand like it's going to be a strike, and it ends up just running off the plate. But what allows him to do that is the fastball is so sharp and so short. He short arms the ball, and when he's on, the ball is just coming out of his hand. You don't really see it that well, and it's got a good down action, a little sink. Makes you just rush a little bit.
Pennington, the base hit to left with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 3rd. Follow the Cardinals live with the MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment. Game day, live audio and video. All the highlights. MLB.com at Bat app. Playing behind Adam Wainwright or any pitcher, would you play differently with certain guys? And let's talk a little bit about Adam.
I love playing behind Adam Wainwright because I could play shallow, and I could see what he was trying to do. And with Yachty, you knew what pitch was coming. Obviously, he would give me a heads up, but I could see his signs. But every time he was trying to throw the ball away from a righty, I would just cheat so much in. Half the time there, that cutter doesn't really throw a whole lot of straight fastballs away to righties, so he doesn't want it to run back across the plate. So you can see, if you pay attention to the telecast, if he's going away from a righty, the majority of the time the ball's going to stay out there because he doesn't want it to sneak back over because he can't control that. So it'll be cutters, 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 and I would just cheat in and over into right center.
I learned something about you I did not know tonight until before the game, that you have 20/10 vision.
Oh,
That helps too.
a little bit.
You know, we're talking about it. You know, we hear so much about Tommy John, and we were talking about Pujols in the knee and his feet that have been hurt. And as you get older, you have these aches and pains. Well, as you get older, you have maybe the most important thing in the game of baseball. Your sight goes away too. If you can't see the ball or pick up spin or have the vision you had as a young player, it's a different game.
My dad used to ask me if you were going to wear contacts and you played like Mark McGwire wore contacts, would you get 20/20 or would you get 20/10 vision?
Over to get it on a hop. It's Grichuk, and a throw into second is late. It looked to me that Grichuk might have been able to lay out for that ball and come up with a diving catch, and instead it drops in for a base hit. Then he had the relay and a chance at second base.
I think he was shifted over a little bit into right center maybe and thought that Hazelbaker was going to have a better chance to get to this ball. If you can see this on the replay, he's kind of way over in right center. He doesn't really look like he's going for it, thinking maybe Hazelbaker would take a better run at it, and I think Jeremy, thinking he's the center fielder, Grichuk was going to go for it. And that's the kind of communication that you can't really have in the outfield. Seemed like that ball was up there for, you know, and the thing that I'm saying is, as a coach, they would say that ball was in the air too long. Someone's got to catch that ball, and that's where you kind of like, okay, like, yeah, we messed up. But you can see if you look out there, looking out there now from my vantage point, you can see how much room is in left center field, and that's something you got to really communicate, because if the ball goes up there, someone's got to catch it.
And it is a base hit into left. 1 run is in. Here comes another. The throw by Hazelbaker offline. 2-0 Angels. Calhoun drives in 2, and it's 2-0 Los Angeles.
One thing we don't know much about Jeremy Hazelbaker, you get to see him play every day now. Comes up and tries to make this throw. A little bit offline, I guess I would say. A lot offline, but I'd like to see him charge the ball a little bit harder and get after it.
Now you have to deal with Mike Trout. Grounded out to third, his first time up. Angels came in, by the way, Jimmy, 3 for their last 30 with runners in scoring position. So now 1 for 1 here tonight.
Talked about last night about giving the opponents an extra out, whatever side of the field you're on. If you're the Angels or the Cardinals. 2 outs, ball falls in the outfield, give up a base hit, now you're facing Mike Trout.
Trout grounded out to third, first time up. Two 2-0 the count. I'm sure that's got to be frustrating for Wainwright, but he's the ultimate pro. He's not going to show it. But I'm sure he's thinking in the back of his mind, I should be out of this inning. That ball that dropped in left center. The 2-0 pitch to Mike Trout. 3-0.
The thing for me when I played the outfield, I worked so hard at trying to get good jumps and be such a perfectionist because I needed to. It almost would drive me crazy watching other people, and maybe the ability wasn't the same or the work ethic wasn't the same, but just not get the same type of jumps, even in the infield. Because I felt like watching the game, I knew everything that was going to happen, and I can't believe sometimes when I'm watching other people not have that same feeling. So as a perfectionist, of course you want every ball caught and every ball charged and thrown to the base where it's supposed to be thrown.
Now it's first and second for Pujols. Grounded back to Wainwright on a 3-2 pitch in the second. He's 0 for 1. He's now 2 for his last 22 overall. And we mentioned it earlier, 2 for 20 in his career against his former team. First pitch to him. Off the glove of Adam Wainwright. Wong takes his time and makes the play. The Angels strand 2, but they pick up 2. A 2-out RBI base hit by Cole Calhoun. We head to the 4th. Last time that they led the league in errors was 1958. Atlanta's on that list. Milwaukee, Oakland, San Diego. You see the winning percentages of those teams. A breaking ball to Matt Carpenter. We're underway here in the top of the 4th. 2-0. Angels with the lead. That's pulled foul. It's always interesting to see the adjustments within the game, and let's see what happens here second time through this lineup against Jared Weaver.
You want to see what I'm talking about staying back? Look at this swing right here.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's staying behind the baseball, staying back, letting the ball get to you.
Two balls and one strike. Matt Carpenter grounded into the shift. It was taken by the shortstop Pennington on the second base side of the bag. 3-1. This is where Jared Weaver has had issues this season. Doesn't go very deep into games, but also major league teams, major league hitters make the adjustment second time through. That's grounded fair, taken there by C.J. Cron. And there's one away. If you can't watch the games on television, you can now stream games live on your mobile device. Just go to your app store, download the free Fox Sports Go app, log in, stream the Cardinals wherever you go. Here's Steven Piscotty lined out to left. Gets underneath it, and a high fly ball lifted down the left field line. It is in play. It's fair, and the catch is made by Daniel Nava.
That ball was skied.
Hit that as high as he did far.
Not too often you see a ball hit like that that doesn't hook either.
Right.
Couldn't believe that ball stayed fair.
Here's Holiday. Popped out his first time up to the first baseman, C.J. Cron. Cardinals have won 6 of their last 9, and in that time, they've scored 45 runs with 13 homers. Been a lot of talk about what you do with this lineup and who should hit where. And that's with the offense, for the most part, clicking. They haven't clicked, though, against those pitchers that are some of the better pitchers in the game of baseball. So those lesser teams they beat up on. And a high fly ball lifted out to deep right field. Calhoun is back. He'll look up, and the Cardinals are on the board. It's a solo home run for Matt Holliday, his 5th of the year, his 2nd in this series. And it's now a 2-1 Angels lead.
That's the approach you were talking about earlier, staying back, hitting the ball the other way, or looking to hit the ball the other way. Probably nobody better in baseball over the last few years hitting the ball the other way than Matt Holliday.
The Nissan drive of the game off the bat of Holliday. Adams, little squibber hit left side. Escobar. No play. It's an infield hit for Matt Adams. As the speedster picks up his first hit of the night.
The speedster. It's all that running he's been getting from trying to leg out those bunts.
Right.
He's been working on that since spring training.
So an infield hit, and it brings in Molina. Little surprised that Escobar didn't even try or attempt to make that throw to first. Molina pulls it fair, down into the corner. Over to get it, Nava. Adams to third. He'll stop there. Molina trotting into second base with his 11th double of the year. And I was about to say before that pitch, with right-handed hitters, Yunel Escobar, the third baseman, because of the lack of velocity from Weaver, is basically on the line and still was able to pull it past him.
Gotti gets a breaking ball that everybody was out in front of the first time around and yanks it down the line. You think when the guys that are hitting will be the veterans that will start the hitting off a guy like this. Matt Adams flying around the bases.
And do you say that because young hitters get a little over anxious facing a guy like this?
I do think so. Like I said, you get a couple fastballs in. You see what he's done. He's not gone really back to that fastball inside.
So here is Hazelbaker flied out to right field. And the first pitch is strike. Runners at second and third. First plate appearance for the Cardinals with a man in scoring position tonight. Big gap in left center. 0-1 pitch inside. Hazelbaker pulls it foul.
Jeremy did a good job of staying back there. See what Weaver's got for him on the next pitch.
The Pellegrin family from St. Louis is here tonight, enjoying Cardinals baseball. And a base hit into left field. One run is in. This game is tied. Here comes Molina. Throw to the plate. He beats the throw, and the Cardinals have the lead. It's 3-2 St. Louis.
First we got Matt Adams flying around the bases. Now we got Yadi Molina flying around the bases, scoring a run right there. Jeremy Hazelbaker right here does a good job of just really putting the ball in play and not trying to do too much. Staying back a little bit, hit the ball the other way. Look at Yadi hustling the whole way. Is it me or is he running better every year?
I've been saying that this year. He's running better, I think, this season than we've seen in the last couple of years. Moving better behind the plate, too. I would assume, Jimmy, it's a byproduct of the fact that he's lost a little weight. We don't talk about that nearly enough, as he's gotten himself into great condition prior to last season. That's carried over to this year.
Never-ending work.
0-1 pitch to Grichuk. By the way, is that your mom behind us?
Am I supposed to look back there?
Yeah, she's so proud of her son.
She came to check it out for a couple innings tonight. A lot of visitors in the booth the last couple nights.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like when you played here. I'm glad this only happens once in a while.
Here's the 0-2. I would assume that your parents are a little bit more relaxed with you up here. That's an assumption, though, than seeing you out there and playing in Game 7 of the World Series. There she is.
There's Josh back on TV again.
That's your personal assistant.
Personal assistant.
And a swing and a miss as Grichuk strikes out. The Cardinals pick up 3. And their first lead of the night. All started with Holiday, and all this done with 2 outs. That solo shot. Then Hazelbaker, a single to score 2. in that top half, and the Cardinals pick up 3. Carlos Martinez was supposed to make the start tonight. He's been pushed back to the weekend. With more on that, let's check in with Jim Hayes.
Yeah, he was given a couple extra days to recover after dealing with a respiratory illness that had plagued him over his last couple of outings. Dan, Carlos told me today he actually asked Mike Matheny for the extra time because he was still coughing and feeling weak because of the illness. But Carlos told me he's much better today. He's been getting medication and working with the training staff, and Mike Matheny confirmed that, saying Carlos is doing better, and he expects that Carlos will be fine for his next start, which will be Saturday, Dan, against the Dodgers.
And the Cardinals will not see Clayton Kershaw. Thank you, Jimmy, in that series, as Kershaw is pitching tonight for Los Angeles. 1 ball, 1 strike on Daniel Nava. It was robbed by Aledmys Diaz, and a great play. Soft liner into shallow left. And as we know, Jimmy, these pitchers are creatures of habit. So with the off day on Monday, it keeps Wainwright on his normal rest. And, you know, some guys, they appreciate that. They do not want to be off that list. And a high fly ball into deep right field. Piscotty back, and it's gone. Daniel Nava. First home run with the Angels in 2016.
Adam trying to get something in there. I don't know if that was a cutter or not. Just didn't really cut. Daniel Nava took advantage of maybe a pitch that just didn't bite the way he wanted to.
C.J. Cron, there's a cutter and a low strike.
It's not a bad pitch. It's one of those things you go back and these guys will go inside and after the inning and look where the location was. And he's not going to be disappointed with the location, but with the result, it'll be a little disappointing.
What's disappointing for Wainwright right now, he's given up at least 3 runs in 8 consecutive starts. Tied for the longest streak in the past 50 years. Coming into this start. And now he's just one back. Pat Henkin had 9 starts in 2000 in which he gave up 3 or more runs. That's hit down the left field line, hooking, and it's fair. Off the wall, Hazelbaker will have to dig it out. And C.J. Cron with a double.
See right here, another pitch. Maybe not going to be happy with the result. Breaking ball that didn't get down. It's a good piece of hitting right there, though. We all know Adam's got a great breaking ball. You always wonder when his breaking ball gets hit if someone's kind of guessing or thinking breaking ball in that situation, because his fastball darts in on you so much. He'll just really stay on that breaking balls. Makes you wonder sometimes.
Johnny Giavotella lined out his first time up, and a high chopper that is fair off the glove of Carpenter, and everybody is safe. So base hit for Giavotella. That was like on the AstroTurf there.
Looked like it might have hit the plate.
Yep.
Sometimes when that ball hits the plate, it is like AstroTurf.
So 3 consecutive hits against Wainwright to start the bottom of the 4th. Home run, double, and now a single. Even if Carpenter makes that play and fields it cleanly, no chance to get Giavotella.
The ball not only bounces like that, it's spinning like crazy.
So you're dealing with the bottom of this lineup. Carlos Perez struck out on a cutter back in the 3rd. Lone strikeout tonight for Wainwright, showing bunt, and it's taken low for a ball. A 3-3 game. And now a cat has made its way onto the field. Where's Tony La Russa when you need him?
Where's Skip Schumacher?
Into the stands it goes. That's the first time I've ever seen a cat on the field. We've seen squirrels, we've seen birds.
That thing has got to be scared. Do you remember the guy back in the day in Seattle that went to pick up the cat and it bit him?
Oh, yeah.
In the highlights.
It was always on This Week in Baseball.
Yes. That's what that reminds me of right there. Oh, someone's got a new friend.
What, he gets to keep the cat?
Maybe it got out of his car.
Half the time you got to throw back the baseballs or give the bat back if it flies out of a batter's hand.
Have to give the cat back.
You know, that's how ARF started for Tony La Russa. Seriously.
I did not know that.
There's a cat on the field, and that's how the long history began for ARF, Animal Rescue Foundation for Tony La Russa.
That lady better watch out. That cat's going to attack that hot dog.
You ever seen a cat on the field?
No. You know what's weird? It's still to this day. I heard the noise as a player. Something's wrong. You just don't know where it's coming from.
Right.
And you could hear the growing noise of the fans, and I knew right where it was coming from. It was coming from right field, but still that instinct of something's wrong. And I'm tapping you on the shoulder. I'm like, you got to look down there.
I was looking at the my scorecard, and when I hear that, I usually think it's a fan that's running on the field.
It was.
It just happened to be a cat.
Cat fan. See something new every day, huh?
Yeah. 2 balls and 1 strike as that cat is being escorted off the premises. Think of the '69 Cubs and the black cat that ran in front of their dugout. Taken low. 3-1.
We're wondering if the situation right here, if you're the runner at second base on this high chopper, you get a good read on that. You were walking into third base.
Even if you don't, you should be at third base.
The guys in the truck are actually pointing that out. Some good baseball knowledge in there.
Don't get him started. The 3-1. And Carpenter to Adams covering the bag at first. You know, we do have Jimmy the Cat Hayes here.
I was going to beat you to that, but I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say there is a lot going on up here in this booth right now.
Oh, man.
Maybe if he was down there on the field, he could have cat whispered.
Some kind of connection between the two.
Yes.
Wouldn't have been surprising for anybody. A 3-3 game. Runners at second and third. 1 out. There's Cliff Pennington, who singled to left and started a rally with 2 outs back in the third. The first pitch by Wainwright. Pulled foul. Well, I mentioned before about Wainwright now at all these starts having given up 3 runs. And when the Angels score 3 runs, which they've done 19 times, he won 13 of those 19 games.
What I was wondering when I was trying to talk to you was, where does a cat come from in this picture? Where has he been hiding for the last 4 hours?
Parking lot.
How does he get in the stadium without a ticket?
Slides through the gates. in the concourse, down the aisle, onto the field, right? The great John Reynolds, who has been our assistant this road trip, said he catapulted. It's so bad. And that's a base hit into right field. 1 run will score. Giavotella stopping at third, and to make sure that ball got through. And Pennington is 2 for 2, and now the Angels forget the rally monkey. They have the new cat.
Difference between the first couple innings and this inning, I think right now I'm seeing is Adams just not getting the ball down again. You can see what we were talking about. The ball's kind of just sailing on him just a little bit. Got to get back up standing tall and really drive to throw that ball down in the zone. And I think that's what he was talking about before, where he's almost found what he's been doing wrong.
Yunel Escobar 2 for 2. You know, last year there were skunks inside the dugout at Dodger Stadium. Now the Angels have the rally cat.
The rally cat.
There's your ground ball. How about a double play? Out in second, the turn by Wong, and Adams can't pick it. And again, the defense letting down the Cardinals and Adam Wainwright in this game. That'll be the 5th error on Colton Wong. Boy, he is fighting it in every possible way.
That did look like the Colton Wong I've been watching for the last couple of years. I think he caught that ball and really tried to rush it when he didn't need to. Kind of short-armed it. Carpenter does a great job of getting in the ball in time right here, and he just doesn't throw it.
So brings in Cole Calhoun with Mike Trout on deck. Seung-Hwan Oh starts to throw in the pen. Kind of a start that it's tough to really evaluate Adam Wainwright, because you look at the ball that was a base hit at the left center, very well could have been caught. You've got an error made in this inning. But the Cardinals don't like something they're seeing here. Only 59 pitches, and O is up throwing.
A crazy hop off home plate.
Yeah.
Having to deal with the rally cat.
The rally cat for sure.
How can you expect to keep going after that?
1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs and a runner at first. Calhoun is hit into a double play. There's a base hit to left that scored 2 with 2 outs back in the bottom of the 3rd. That's pulled foul. If you're getting O up, I mean, you're thinking maybe Trout, certainly Pujols. You're 2 spots away from him after Calhoun. Daniel Nava's a switch hitter. 5-3 Angels. The bullpen is well rested coming into this game tonight. Next off day will be Monday for the Cardinals after the series against the Dodgers. Good curveball there, and a strikeout. Angels, though, pick up 3, regain the lead. It's 5-3. We have the Rally Cat, Jimmy the Cat Hayes. Here's Colton Wong, and the first pitch is taken for a ball.
They both have 9 lives.
Even Jimmy?
He's running out. He's got a few left.
And there's a base hit for Colton Wong into center field. Coming up a week from this Sunday, kids 15 and younger entering with a ticket receive a performance t-shirt courtesy of the Pasta House. Children under 48 inches will also take home a free Six Flags ticket. 30,000 fans receive a family attraction savings card and more. Visit Cardinals.com/promotions. Here's Aledmys Diaz.
See what type of hitter he is here. Watching him hit against Jared. See if he stays back. I think his hitting wisdom for a 25-year-old is above and beyond the normal 25-year-olds.
Did you see any inkling of this in spring training last couple of years with Aledmys Diaz?
No, not really. You know, he's really quiet too. It's not like you would notice him walking around or hear him screaming and yelling on the field. Just kind of quietly made a name for himself.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. Gonna pick off, and Wong is just back in safely. Will the Angels take a look at that?
I bet you he was safe, Danny. And Mike says he's safe, see?
Yeah, you also heard from the guys in the truck, let's be honest. Them saying he's safe.
I'm getting good at this game.
Good look right there.
Great shot. Great camera shot.
Really close.
It's crazy to me that we're watching baseball in a day and age where every single close play is being reviewed.
It's changed the game.
We're literally waiting for it to happen. Yesterday when he was standing on, Piscotty's standing on first, it's like he's not leaving the base until he gets what he wants.
Right.
Can you imagine 10 years ago that going on?
Also how guys are breaking up double plays. Tags, the phantom tag is no longer a part of the game. I mean, that game, you know, you think about it, throw beats you to second base, third base. Player puts his glove down, and then right when the feet get there, they pop it up, and the tag wasn't there. The whole idea was, with the throw having beat you, 99 out of 100 you're called out, but also to avoid the foot from knocking out the ball. Runner goes on a 2-1 pitch, and it's a diving stop by Escobar, no throw, and an infield hit for Aledmys Diaz. He's 1 for 2 tonight.
Have he hurt himself, or? That was a long run down to first base.
Seems to be all right. And it brings in Carpenter, who is 0 for 2. So the first two have reached. A base hit by Wong into center field. Diaz an infield hit. Carpenter is grounded into the shift and also grounded out to first, 0 for 2. A lot of room to the left side, and an 0-1 pitch is hammered down the right field line. It is gone! 3-run homer, Carpenter. Second in this series. And with that, the Cardinals go back on top. Home run number 7. And Carpenter has driven in 25 this year.
Down and into a lefty. Little hanging. That wasn't really hanging, just didn't do much. Slider.
And that's well hit into left field. Line shot off the back of Stephen Piscotty. That's 4 consecutive hits for the Cardinals here in the top of inning number 5.
I almost said something on the first pitch to Carpenter, wondering if he was looking kind of middle of the road, a little breaking ball, because the first fastball was 83 miles an hour, and it looked like it jumped on him, like he surprised him. Probably what he was thinking was he's going to get something in the middle there, not all the way at the top. I would say the middle and the top, 84 being the top, you know, the changeup being in, curveball being in the 60s, being the bottom. So kind of look for that like 75 mile an hour situation, because that 83 mile an hour fastball looked like it jumped on him, and he was all over this hanging slider. And it really wasn't hanging, it just didn't really move. See a swing right here, weight back.
Sweet swing there of number 13.
I say it sure looks pretty when it works, doesn't it?
Why do we always say that lefties have a pretty swing? It's more graceful and smooth, it seems like.
Just lefties have to look better, you know, that's how we are.
Spoken like a true lefty.
Yeah. Goofy with pretty swings.
Brendan Ryan has come into the ball game, and he takes over for Cliff Pennington, who's 2 for 2 tonight after the visit with Jared Weaver. So Ryan, who made the start and was acquired from Washington right at the beginning of this series, comes in and takes over at shortstop, the former Cardinal. Cardinals with a lead of 6-5, still nobody out. Now you have the heart of the lineup. A lefty is getting loose in the pen for the Angels. Could be to face Adams, depending on what happens here with Holiday, or maybe Hazelbaker. Nobody out. Holiday is homered tonight. Oof. Takes a vicious cut, hits it out of play.
See some of the guys are starting to sit back, let the ball get to them. So taking some really good swings. Talking about when you change your mindset from looking for a fastball to looking for something middle of the road, like I was saying, so you can adjust to the breaking ball and the changeup. You don't want to just sit dead red because he throws fastballs a lot. You can tell these guys are doing that.
Center field. Trout back. It is gone. 2-run homer. This time off the bat of Holiday. His second of the night. Holiday with home run number 6 and a line shot to dead center field. And that'll be it for Jared Weaver. Two home runs in the inning, 3 tonight. And the lefty, Greg Mahle, will come into the ball game. 21st time that he's had a multi-home run game. The 3-run homer there by Matt Carpenter down the right field line. Moments later, Holiday with his line shot. Redbirds on top, it's 8-5. Ball to the pen. The Cardinals have exploded for 8 runs tonight, 3 home runs, and they've had 5 consecutive hits to start the top of inning number 5. Weaver 4+, 8 runs on 9 hits, struck out 5, no walks, 3 home runs. And the first pitch is strike 2, Adams. Adams pops it up into shallow left. And the catch is made by Yanel Escobar. It brings in Molina. A double inside the third base line. Scored back in the 4th. He's also flied out to right. The power of the Cardinals at times has been able to overshadow what has been poor defense. That may be the case here tonight.
Was hoping that wasn't going to be the storyline at the end of this game. Was Adam pitched pretty well, but a few costly plays and bad timing could have cost him a victory. And the offense came alive. The offense made a great job of making adjustments against Jared Weaver. And I almost seem to think watching this game that just kind of gave up on that fastball inside.
Now one of the questions in this game for the Cardinals is that they had Seung-Hwan Oh getting loose. Were the Cardinals watching something they didn't like from Wainwright? Are they just looking to get him through 5, have a chance at a win? There's a check swing, did not go.
Pitch count still is pretty low.
Absolutely. Molly was selected back in 2014. That pitch taken high by Yadier Molina. First walk the Cardinals have received. May 20th, 30,000 fans ages 16 and older receive an exclusive Yadier Molina Garden Gnome. 200 lucky fans will receive a gnome with either a gold or platinum glove to commemorate Molina's many awards. Tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. Molly pitched at UC Santa Barbara. 15th round in 2014. His brother Tyler pitches with the Cincinnati Reds in their minor league system. There's a ground ball to first. They'll get the lead man. No chance to get Hazelbaker. There's 2 outs. So for the lefty, let's take a look at the Hyundai pitch arsenal. Sidewinder, a lot of fastballs, the sinker, slider, changeup.
Seen a lot of guys with a bunch of off-speed pitches thrown tonight, like more than normal. Usually see a guy throwing 70% fastball, a couple percent here and there on the changeup, slider, curveball. You never see more than one pitcher throwing 30%, 40%, 20%, 15%, all different pitches.
See where Molly would be tough on lefties with this motion. San Jose Sharks have moved on to the Western Conference Finals. They'll take on the Blues, and that home game will be Sunday. We'll have post-game coverage on Fox Sports Midwest. Cardinals, by the way, playing in Sunday Night Baseball coming up. 1 ball, 1 strike on Randal Grichuk, who's 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. One and 2 the count. Inside to Randall.
A sneaky fastball right
Yeah.
there, cross-firing. Looked like he was going to come from the side, ended up throwing it a little bit more over the top. Showing a bunch of different arm angles. Keep people honest.
Ridgick, a base hit into left field. The inning started with a single by Colton Wong. He'll bat for the second time here in the 5th. It's 6 hits in the inning for the Cardinals.
Hanging changeup, went out there and got it.
First pitch to Wong. This is all Malley now. Nobody getting loose in the pen. You know who never misses a pitch of Cardinals baseball?
Let me hear it.
Jason Isringhausen.
He's on top of it.
He's always on the pitchers and watching how to get hitters out, also seeing who may be in the stands.
And he is staying on top of us, making sure we are saying the right thing.
Maybe it's more directed at you.
He's keeping an eye out for me, I'm sure.
The all-time saves leader, Jason Isringhausen in Cardinals history. And that's a walk. Bases loaded for Aledmys Diaz. He could bust this wide open. This may be the matchup for the Cardinals that they want. I mean, if you get Holiday up against this lefty, that'd be fine. But you look at Aledmys Diaz facing a lefty, what he's done on the road, how well he's swinging the bat, bases loaded, chance to bust this game wide open. So Wong is on for the second time in this inning. Hazelbaker grounded into a fielder's choice. Base hit to left by Randall Grichuk. The walk to Colton Wong. Diaz, a ground ball to short. Ryan to second, and they just get Colton Wong. Cardinals strand the bases loaded, but a big inning as they pick up 2 home runs, 5 runs, and they're back on top. Reynolds and Jim Hayes, I'm Dan McLaughlin. From Angel Stadium in Anaheim, California. Beautiful night for baseball. It's 8-5 St. Louis. Cardinals have put up an 8 spot. 3 runs in the 4th and then 5 in inning number 5. Wainwright dealing with a 3-run lead. And he'll get the heart of the lineup. Mike Trout, Albert Pujols, Daniel Nava. Trout is walked and also grounded out to third. Only 64 pitches now for Adam Wainwright. A high strike, 1-2. Mentioned Jason Isringhausen earlier. He'll be inducted into the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame. Congratulations to Izzy. Two balls and 2 strikes. Hit to the right side. Wong spins, throws, and no error on the play as Trout was tangled up with the first base umpire. That umpire is Rob Drake. Some believe that when you make the turn around first base, so say you run through the bag and then you maybe take a step towards second base, that you can tag out the runner, which Matt Adams is trying to do that right now. That because you go back into fair territory that you're automatically going to be tagged out. There has to be a commitment from Mike Trout towards second base or any runner. So you have to make that commitment towards second base, which is then ruled by the umpire. So in that case, clearly he's safe.
And it's just a small commitment. And it is literally, it doesn't have to be a step or 2 steps. It can be a half a step and a shoulder turn. I've seen some very little movement towards second base and be called out. Rob Drake is lucky there. He didn't get steamrolled by Mike Trout.
Yeah. Get out of the way.
He actually was out of the way, which is...
I mean, go into the seats. Mike Trout is coming down and flying.
It's almost like when Latchman was coaching third and McGuire was hitting.
0-2 on Pujols.
See these two communicating. Who's going to cover the bag in case Trout takes off running? Two young guys up the middle. It's good to see them communicating, doing the things the right way.
0-2 pitch. You know, the Cardinals had pitched Pujols, I'd say middle outer half. You're not seeing him go to right field like we used to. He rolls over on a lot of balls. Not to say that he won't make that adjustment, but that's how the Cardinals have pitched him.
That shows me that they've noticed something over the last couple weeks of scouting. We got scouts here all the time. They got video. Notice maybe he's been pulling off a little bit, which we talked about last night. It's crazy when you get inside conscious as a hitter, how long it takes to get away from it. For me, and I don't know if it is for you or for our fans, it's still fun to see
Albert Pujols play the game of baseball with what he did in a Cardinal uniform. But it's tough to watch the player that he is right now. Not to say again that he can't hit 300 and hit 40 home runs, but he hasn't done it against the Cardinals at all in this series. And he strikes out here.
Yeah, he just definitely doesn't look like the same guy, good or bad. Just looks a little off. Like you said the other day, having injuries in the base of your body, feet, your legs, your knees, can throw everything off as a hitter.
Remember how spread out he would get at the plate?
It's the first thing I noticed.
That's what I'm seeing.
And that tells me he's a little worried about being quick.
Exactly.
And like I said, sometimes when you get conscious of the inside fastball, you do a lot of things to change. And the biggest thing you need to do is stop swinging at it. Not worry about it so much.
Last pitch to Pujols was 91 miles an hour. That's a pitch that he destroys, usually.
I've seen him destroy 100 miles an hour up there, too. Pitch that Kyle Farnsworth threw him in Chicago, when they show a lot of highlights of that, was 101 miles an hour at his chest. And he hit it out of the stadium in Chicago.
One out, no balls and a strike on Daniel Nava. Robbed in his first at bat by Ledmus Diaz, and then hit a home run, a solo shot back in the fourth. There's a curveball, and it's 0-2.
See that pitch right there? He tried to run it back over the plate and throws so many cutters inside. The guys have to stop swinging at it, and then he can sneak that little fastball in there. If he throws it on the plate, some guys don't want to swing at it thinking it's a cutter. Just missed right there. At least he's keeping the ball down and on the same side of the plate as Yachty.
One ball, two strikes.
Let's see what he's going to try and do here. Let's go with the fastball away. And get him to roll over.
Talked about it last night, how Yadier Molina guided Jaime Garcia through that 7th inning, and just how cerebral he is in the approach with every hitter, every situation throughout a ball game. Tonight he's in and out. He's trying to go up and down, change speeds. All pitchers trying to do that, but Yachty, a great understanding of what the hitter's trying to do and then what he can work with a particular pitcher that night. What he's got, what's working.
Go with the breaking ball here.
Hung it, and a base hit into right field. Oh, and it gets away from Piscotty. His first error of the season, that will lead to a run. And Nava winds up at third as Trout scores all the way from first base. So base hit, error on Piscotty, the second error by the Cardinals tonight, and it's now an 8-6 game.
See if this ball snakes on him a little bit, but doesn't look like it. No, just doesn't go down to get it.
What do you think? Knowing that Trout is at first, chance to go to third?
Maybe rushing a little bit. You don't see him make mistakes like that, though. That ball just kind of stayed under his glove. It's kind of running across his body. It's It's just a weird play when that happens. Literally, you're chasing after the ball, thinking to yourself, how in the heck did I just miss that? Just catch a ground ball like you catch them 100 times a day. Sometimes they just sneak by.
You start thinking about the added pitches for Adam Wainwright, the stress now that's put on him, and you get their hottest hitter in C.J. Cron. You know, the Cardinals would love to get Wainwright through 5 and a chance to qualify for a win. Again, though, the bullpen is rested and ready to go. The fly ball into right center field. Grichuk won't get there. One hops off the wall. It's now 8-7. C.J. Cron with his second double of the night, and he picks up an RBI, his 11th. He had 2 doubles all year.
Swinging a good bat, hot bat. Gonna cut her out over the plate, drive it right to the base of the wall. I mean, that's a hot bat and a lot of strength.
It's 11 hits given up by Adam Wainwright. Giovotella, 7th place hitter. So you have 3 hitters in a row that came in hitting under 200. Chance to get out of this inning. Popped up. Matt Adams coming in. The first baseman makes the catch. Cron back to the bag at second base, and there's 2 down. Sunday, NASCAR heads to the Monster Mile at Dover with its Sprint Cup racing. Jimmy Johnson looks to defend his title from last year. 10:30 on FS1. Watch it live on Fox Sports Go. A lot of breaking balls in this game, especially in the latter stages here for Adam Wainwright. Perez struck out on a cutter back in the 3rd. Sacrificed in the 4th. Fastball taken low. Cutter misses. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Pitching school of Darryl Kyle once said, my curveball's not great. I'm going to throw it a lot and make him think about it. And when it's really good, I'm going to save it until I need it.
It was good. Or many times it was bad.
Interesting, though, the way he kind of, I heard him talking to one of our pitchers. I think it was Matt Morris. That was his explanation about when and how he tried to use it.
2-1 pitch. And a fly ball lifted out to left. Hazelbaker puts it away. That may be it for Adam Wainwright tonight. We'll see. He gets through 5, and the Cardinals have the lead. It's 8-7. run on the field from that cat to our cat, Jimmy the Cat Hayes.
Dan, this is journalism right here, but I'm told that orange tabby that ran on the field is one of 3 or 4 stray cats that actually do live here at the ballpark. This one was corralled by security, and I'm told by an official Angels spokesperson it's already been picked up by an animal adoption group. They will find it a good home, so good news for the tabby, Dan.
Somewhere, Tony La Russa is nodding in approval.
Some serious journalism right there.
That's
good job, Jimmy.
He's as good as you'll find. Strike 2, Carpenter had a 3-run homer last time up. Cardinals with a lead of 8-7. Piscotty on deck, and then Holiday, who has homered twice tonight. Your approach against lefties like this?
Really tried to stay back and not swing at balls, to be honest with you. If a guy was tough like this, literally was just trying to make sure I was swinging at a strike. A lot of times these lefties come in, maybe not him, but some of the specialists, they really don't want to give you anything to hit. Their job is to get you out, and they'd almost as soon walk you than to give you a chance to get a big hit.
The 2-2. Are you conscious of your front shoulder too against a lefty like this?
It's really hard. It is. You just, because sometimes you think when he's throwing the ball from kind of behind you, you need to clear out a little bit to get the bad head out. You got to do the opposite. You got to stay back, keep everything solid like that.
Out to center, and there's Mike Trout, but it drops in front of him for a leadoff base hit. And Carpenter a 2-hit night. Cardinal fans, next time you want to grab seats, get the StubHub app. Not only will you find seats you'll love whenever you want, you can find the best seat for your buck when you sort by the best value. So get the StubHub app today. That'll be it for the lefty. Javi Guerra is coming on to face Stephen Piscotty. And our Chevy call to the pen when we come back. Javi Guerra is the new right-hander. Let's go back to facing a lefty when you're a left-handed batter.
Well, you look at this as his textbook, and probably we could show him for every example, but he is literally just sitting back, keeping as still as he possibly can, and staying down through the ball. And that, you cannot do it any better than that. you would think that right there you couldn't tell if the righty was on the mound or a lefty was on the mound, and that's exactly what you're looking for.
And here's Stephen Piscotty, singled and scored back in inning number 5, and right on that pitch. Fouled it back for strike 1. Guerra has pitched with the Dodgers, the White Sox, and now here with the Angels. Here's an 0-1 pitch. One ball, one strike. Piscotty lined out, flied out, singled and scored. Saw Guerra on Tuesday night, did not retire a batter. This is his 4th appearance of this homestand. Allowed a home run to the first batter he faced. That was Randall Grichuk, you may remember. That made it over the wall in center field. Jose Alvarez, the second of 2 lefties, throwing right now in the Angels' pen. 8-7 Cardinals as we play here in the top of the 6th. The Cardinals looking for a sweep. The Angels trying to avoid their worst losing skid at home since 2011.
Pretty good swing right there. Maybe trying to get that air back off the underneath his name. 2-run homer, erase that a little bit.
You know, I would say and ask the question, how many times does a player commit an error and then bring that to the next at bat? But you rarely, if ever, committed errors. And at this level, you just wonder if guys really do that. I think sometimes we see that with Long, but in general, such a long year, I think guys have short memories.
I think you would see it go the other way around because hitting is so mental at times that you kind of get lost out in the outfield, miss a couple pitches here and there thinking about what you did at the plate, but usually not going the opposite direction. You rarely take in a defensive play to the plate. That foul ball got a nice reaction from the fans because it landed right in someone's beer cup. It made a big splash. A lot of things you can see from up here you don't get to see down on the field.
3-2 pitch. Good at bat by Piscotty. So Guerra comes in and he walks Stephen Piscotty. You have to think that Jose Alvarez, the lefty, is getting ready for Matt Adams. And here's Holliday, who is homered twice tonight. 3 RBIs. Take a look at the home runs hit by Holliday. His first was back in the 4th. Cleared the wall in right off of Jared Weaver. And then his home run chased Weaver. A line shot and a 2-run homer back in the 5th. Now his 6th this year. The pitch taken inside. Two on. Nobody out. The 1-0. Oof. What a cut.
Seems to be on some pitches tonight.
You think?
He has taken some serious swings at about 6 or 7 pitches tonight. Even some balls that he's fouled back like that early in the game too.
The 1-1. taken high, and watch out here. Hitters count 3 balls, 1 strike with a man that seems to be locked in. And a high strike, 3-2 on Holiday. Hasn't seen a lot of pitches here tonight, but he's done plenty of damage. Three-two pitch, and he walked him. So Guerra's come in and walked 2, and Mike Scioscia says, see you later. He's seen enough. Did not retire a man in his last appearance. Doesn't get a man here tonight. And now with the bases loaded, Matt Adams will hit against Jose Alvarez. This will be our Chevy call to the pen. Long way to go in this game. A chance again to bust it open. Ticket to Bud Bash. Get an exclusive bobblehead and autograph from Chris Duncan. That's Tuesday, May 17th. Purchase your tickets at cardinals.com/budbash. What might have been if Chris Duncan could have stayed healthy. A lot of injuries. And if there was a natural position for him to play. Remember, Pujols was at first. He had to play out of position. Certainly that was tough on him. He was a member of the '06 championship team, and it'd be nice to have the chance to visit with Chris Duncan hopefully next week. So Adams against Alvarez. Alvarez was picked up by the Angels in March 2014 for a minor league shortstop. Infield is brought in, and that's a ball. Mike Scioscia has pulled out half his hair. 4 walks, 3 home runs. And here we have nobody out. 2-0.
This is the at-bat right here I'm talking about, where you get a guy that comes in, really doesn't have anywhere to put you on, but he's reluctant to throw you a good pitch to hit, so he doesn't end up giving up 2 or 3 runs. Got to be patient as a hitter.
Into center field. That ball is down. 2 runs will score as Matt Adams delivers, and he does it against a lefty. Holiday winds up at third, and the Cardinals add to their lead. It's now 10-7. Big man is starting to pick it up. A couple of more hits here tonight. Run scored, 2 RBIs. He's up to 10. You may see him in that starting lineup more and more as we go along.
Good at bat right here. Took 2 borderline pitches. This is where you get your chance 2-0. You've got to believe he's going to try to throw you a fastball for a strike, knowing the bases are loaded. Did a good job staying patient and getting the pitch to hit.
Runners at first and third. And it brings in Molina, who doubled inside the third base line back in the 4th and scored. Walked in the 5th. Has also flied out to right. And the first pitch, a ball. We talk about it, Jimmy, all the time. You know, the first pitch, getting ahead in a count. And at this level, when you're hitting with strike 1, it's such a difference in the game and the at-bat.
It is, and I think mentally on the mound, too, when you don't get strike 1.
Little flare into center. Trout will make the catch. Hits the cutoff. And there's one away.
I was saying when you don't get strike 1, mentally you start thinking, oh boy, here we go. You know, hitters really going to zone in and look for a good pitch to hit. I can't give. It's a game back and forth. You know, you're trying to get a good pitch to hit. You're trying to make a good pitch. So many times it all comes down to that first pitch. Is it a strike or not? A lot of times in spring training, you can hear the coaches preaching strike 1 to the relieving pitchers. The relievers are completely different than the starters in the way they attack hitters. Totally different meeting, totally different approach.
Oh, 0-2. Little tapper that rolls foul. Hazelbaker tonight is flied out to right. Singled into left with 2 outs and picked up 2 RBIs in the 4th. Also grounded into a fielder's choice. Outside. And a strikeout of Hazelbaker. Couldn't pull the trigger on the breaking ball. And it's up to Randall Grichuk, who singled his last time up. Two outs and 2 on. Oh, and 2. Richick bounces it to short. Ryan to second. Cardinals pick up 2 runs, add to their lead. They've got 12 hits tonight, and it's a 10-7 St. Louis lead. As we take a look at our power stats, brought to you by Kubota. Most home runs, Angels all time. Tim Salmon, Garrett Anderson, Brian Downing, Troy Gloss, Vladimir Guerrero. Some of those guys, your former teammates, Jim Edmonds.
Some of them. 3 out of the 5.
How about Garrett Anderson, hole-in-one at Albert Pujols Golf Tournament the other day? As we have our Chevy call to the pen and Sung Wan Oh.
His very first hole in the one.
You have one yet?
I got one last year.
Of course you did. Been playing all my life. I don't have one. Jim Edmonds decides to retire, starts to golf, and oh, why not? Of course Jim gets a hole in one.
4 years. It took me 4 years.
4 years. There's people that go a lifetime without it.
I figured I'd be one of those people too.
This guy's been really good. Sung Wan Oh. Some of the relievers need a little work with the way that the starters have been going. Then you mix in the off day there too. 8 innings from Mike Leake, 7 last night from Garcia. It seems like when the Cardinals win, it's by a pretty good amount to where there's not tight games. So a guy like O, who's more of a high leverage situation type pitcher, is not being used as much as maybe some of the others. And Jim was telling me this is one of the best teammates he ever had. Brendan Ryan is at the plate. As Ryan fouls it back. And it's 2-2. Go ahead.
He's a little quirky. Little quirky. Good kid. Good player.
He is a good player.
I think that the quirkiness can get in his way sometimes, but
he strikes out, and that's how we start the bottom of the 6th.
The thing about Brendan Ryan is he's got some amazing hands.
Yes, he does. Younger days, very good range, good arm. When he first came up, he hit okay too. He hit 278 in his first season, and then it dropped off. As we're back to the top of the lineup, Yunel Escobar. Brendan Ryan, by the way, was into the ballgame for Cliff Pennington, who left with leg cramps. So that's why he left, and he was 2 for 2. 1 out, nobody on. And Escobar swings through the first pitch. He is 2 for 3 today.
Brendan Ryan was hitting 272 until I cut up his lucky shirt.
That's what it was?
Yeah.
You're the guy to blame?
Got up his lucky pink polo.
Escobar a little shook up after that swing. Escobar digging back in after that vicious first cut. Here's an 0-1 pitch. And a ground ball that's hit to Carpenter, ranging to his left. And there's 2 down. How would you evaluate the start tonight for Adam Wainwright? Up and down?
Yeah, I was going to say hit and miss, up and down. I thought he threw the ball well early. He had a little bit of trouble in that middle inning there, and didn't look like he threw the ball as well at the end, but he got the pitches to where he wanted to, you know, he hit his spots and got through the rest of the game. I always like to listen to what he says after his starts in the post game, because it's interesting to hear how he feels, because it's so obvious, and he lets it be so obvious how he feels and what happened and the result on the field, and he'll give you exactly what he was thinking, and it's refreshing actually to hear what he has to say.
Yeah. There's Calhoun, who's in the hole, no balls and 1 strike. You just see with Seung-Hwan Oh, a lot of late swings. He hides the ball, little toe tap. Mike Matheny was saying the other day that toe tap reminds him of Rob Nen, who was a great closer for a number of years. Ground ball. Adams to Seung-Hwan Oh as he's to the bag. At a 1-2-3, bottom of the 6th. Cardinals on top. It's 10-7. Picked up 10 runs the last 3 innings. Holiday, a couple of home runs. Wainwright, 5 innings. Daniel Nava, solo home run. And Jared Reaver was roughed up after getting the first 3 innings under his belt. Jim Edmonds, Jim Hayes, Dan McLaughlin with you from Angel Stadium in Anaheim. New pitcher is Corey Rasmus, Colby's little brother, fighting for his spot in the rotation this spring, was sent to the bullpen. And you never know, there's been some talk with all the injuries the Angels have had that he might go back in their rotation. There are 4 Rasmus brothers. Colby, former Cardinal, now with Houston. Corey, the Angel. Casey, Cardinals minor league catcher, retired 2 years ago. And Kyle, played in college but never went to Pro Bowl. Had a number of injuries. This is our Gateway Honda home run inning. Cardinals hit a home run. The Gateway Honda dealers donate $1,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. How about Seung-Hwan Oh? This being his 8th game on the road. He's had 29 batters faced, no hits allowed on the road. None. So he had a 1-2-3 sixth in relief of Adam Wainwright. You know what I'm happy about, Jim? Is that we didn't say Jeff Weaver.
We made it.
We were so worried the entire telecast of saying that's Jeff Weaver on the mound, and it's Jared who made the start. But Jeff, your former teammate with the 2006 Cardinals.
Without that man, we are not world champions.
Very good in the postseason at a 2.43 ERA in 5 starts. Cardinals picked him up for minor league outfielder Terry Evans. Game 5, the clinching game. He went 8 innings and gave up a run, picked up the win. And hopefully we'll see Jeff Weaver. The celebration of the 06 team coming up this summer. The 2-2 pitch. I was looking at a picture the other day. Remember, we had the great parade through downtown, and then it ended at the ballpark, and everybody was on stage in the middle of the field, and just seeing some of the guys from that team. And some of them you forget, and they played vital roles on that team, like an Aaron Miles or Preston Wilson, Jeff Weaver.
That whole bullpen was kind of unsung heroes. They were not household names at the time.
Nope. It's pulled foul. We forget that was a very good team at the start of the year, off to one of the best starts in Cardinals history, and then the injury bug hit, and that included a concussion for you. And Preston Wilson came in, gave the Cardinals some key at bats in August. Aaron Miles was in the Larry Bigby deal. Ray King went to Colorado. And at the time, we thought Larry Bigby was the big name coming back. And who's this Aaron Miles guy? Would he even make the club? The way that Tony used his bench players played a big role on that team. 3-2 pitch and a ground ball that's rolled over to second base. And Wong is the first out here in the top of the 7th. I was looking at Jared Weaver. He's had such a good career here with the Angels. He's second all-time in wins, only behind Chuck Finley, another former teammate and a former Cardinal. Chuck Finley was picked up, as you remember. Darryl Kyle had passed away. Cardinals were in search of pitching. They had Travis Smith at one point that was filling in. So Chuck Finley came over from Cleveland, went 7-4 in that team. And the week after they acquired Chuck Finley, Walt Jocketty went out and got Scott Rowland. And then you guys went on a tear in the final couple of months of that regular season of 2002. Here's Aledmys Diaz with 1 out, nobody on. Chuck Finley was acquired for Luis Garcia and a player to be named later. That player is still in the league.
I was going to say, do we know who that player is?
Coco Crisp.
Wow.
Good player.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Base hit into right field. I'm a little concerned with myself, Jim, that I remember these things, and yet I can't add 2 and 2.
The guy to my right was thinking the same thing.
That's what happens, though, when you follow the Cardinals all your life and you love the franchise and the team, and then you're involved with the broadcast, and certain moments and players always stand out.
You know where certain guys played their careers after you've watched them for 18 years, 19 years.
Remember Chuck Finley teaching Andy Bennis split finger, and Andy was terrific down the stretch
because of that.
Yeah. Jason Simon-Tachi, that's when the Cardinals found him, as he played a vital role on that team down the stretch too. And now Simo is coaching at AA Springfield, pitching coach there. Carpenter 2 hits tonight. For instance, why should I remember Matt Carpenter's first major league hit? Yet I do. Busch Stadium, Kerry Wood, base hit to left.
And you don't know 2 + 2.
Equals 3.
Oh boy. Is it okay if I give out the Lubies a shout out for their 5th wedding anniversary?
Sure.
Isn't that amazing?
It's
Steve and Jenny.
Yeah. Steve and Jenny Luby, right?
Yep. 5 years. Congratulations.
That's pulled foul. 2-2 on Carpenter. First big league hit. Who'd you get that off of?
Dwayne Ward, ground rule double in the Sky Dome. Came to the pinch hit in the 9th inning in an 8-1 game. And he was coming in to get work.
Is that Darrell Ward's father? Remember Darrell Ward, that pinch hit, real good pinch hitter with Houston.
Nope, Dwayne Ward was the closer in Toronto when they won those back-to-back championships.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Championships.
Tom Henke was a part of that very good run in Toronto. Jefferson City native. Finished up his career with the Cardinals and was an all-star after the Rangers had given up on Tom Henke, and he arrives in St. Louis and has a great year in 1995. Diaz picked off, and that's out number 2. 3-2 on Carpenter. One of the rare mistakes we've seen from Aledmys Diaz. Carpenter trying to make it a 3-hit night. 3-2 pitch. On base for the 3rd time. So a 2-out walk, and here's Piscotty. Ouch. That one catches Carlos Perez. Backup catcher getting the start tonight. He says he's all right. So you grew up in this area. Angels fan, Dodgers fan?
Early on, I think it was a Dodgers fan, but as I got older, I was able to come to the stadium more often. I think the Dodgers were just really good at that point in my life. But as I got a little bit older, Angel Stadium got obviously a lot closer. Could get here a little bit easier and just kind of came to the game more often. My dad used to drive us down here when we were old enough and drop us off, like during batting practice, and then say in the 8th inning, meet me out there. There used to be a restaurant out in the parking lot. He would say in the 8th inning, meet me back out here. It was the good old days when you could leave your kids alone for a few hours when they were old enough to get around.
Used to love sneaking into the ballpark at Old Busch Stadium. About the 6th or 7th inning, the gates would be open for those leaving.
Yep.
I walked right in. I maybe handed an usher a couple of bucks.
Maybe.
And I've got a great seat.
There's a good chance that usher is still working at the stadium too.
You know, there's a waiting list for ushers at Busch Stadium. Strikeout of Piscotty. Time to stretch, and it's 10-7. For crickets, something to smile about. Couple of home runs off the bat of Holiday. Something to smile about here tonight. Brandon Moss, he loves it.
I'm confused with that dance right there.
Yeah.
Might want to leave that to Waino.
There's Mike Trout. Here's an 0-1 pitch from Seung-Hwan Oh. One, two, three. First inning. As Trout swings through that pitch. You just wonder, will this be the final time that the Cardinals will have to pitch to Albert Pujols? You know, it'd be another 3 years. At that point in time, you would think he's coming to St. Louis. Will he still be playing?
3 more years from now? Yes. Oh, just made short work out of Trout. That
Pretty
just
good.
goes to show you. I'm telling you, his fastball has some life on it. Even at 92. 92, 93, it jumps out of his hand.
Pujols is hitless tonight. Struck out back in the 5th. So break down this swing, and I'm sure Tom Mee, our esteemed award-winning director, will take a shot of Albert Pujols maybe from that first base side, and look at how he is spread out. It's not nearly as much.
Not as wide as he used to be.
Byproduct maybe of the sore feet, plantar fasciitis that he's had, and just all the years of wear and tear on that body.
The thing when you have lower body injuries, your legs just get weaker and weaker. And even though you don't realize you're narrower, you just don't want to be down in that low squat anymore.
First hit allowed by O on the road this year. Base hit to Pujols.
See right there, that's a good swing right there. Just the first pitch he pulled off a little bit, but made a good adjustment right there. Hit a line drive up the middle. Line drives up the middle can cure everything.
Here's Nava, who's got a couple of hits, including a home run back in inning number 4. Fastball. Vince Scully is retiring after this season, and it's our final time to shake hands with the legend. I'm sure you grew up listening to both the Angels and the Dodgers. Great Vince Scully. A few years ago, the Dodgers asked the fans to vote on the most popular Dodger ever. And it was Vince Scully ahead of any player. Sandy Koufax and some of the greats that they have had over the years. Jonathan Broxton getting loose in the pen. A high strike.
I was bending over tying my shoes in my locker one day, and I heard Vince Scully walk up. Basically, I saw these feet coming at me, and I heard him say, "Hello, young man," and I was like, did I just dream that? Because I had been listening to it my whole entire life, and then finally I'm in Dodger Stadium. I didn't even have to guess who it was. I mean, it was ridiculous to just be able to look up and already know who you're going to speak to. It's pretty cool.
1-2, good changeup there from O. I just gave your mom a little trouble during the break. So what kind of mom were you to leave you alone here at the ballpark? She said I was at the beach.
Yeah, that was my dad's doing.
1-2 pitch, double play ball. Diaz takes it himself, plenty of time. Oh no, took too much time, but still they get the out. Mike Scioscia may want to take a look at that.
Of course. Trying to speed up the game.
I think players clearly want to see the calls and the plays made right. But the speed at which these have been made, some of them, not all, but some, I think it frustrates a lot of people. They want to see this going. Let's go. Players don't want to stand out there. Well, that's close there.
They're going to spend some time on this. And if they do, I'm going to say that they're going to call him safe.
Courtney Stodden and Doug Hutchinson celebrating 5 years of marriage as well, so it's okay to do that.
Oh, I got the okay. Most people are pretty much asleep in St. Louis that aren't the diehards.
You'd be surprised. He's safe. He's got to hit the back of the glove. He looks to be on the bag there. What do you think? Does Diaz flip that ball, or does he need to just speed it up?
I think he should have either flipped it, or he's got to obviously show a little bit more sense of urgency in this situation. Now we can say that we're up here second guessing because he is safe, but even while I was watching the play, sometimes wonder why they just don't go ahead and flip it. The second baseman's ready, but usually when you see the shortstop come across the bag, he'll use the bag to just push off and throw, and he ended up taking a couple extra steps.
Brings in C.J. Cron, who has a couple of doubles. The first pitch, changeup for a strike. You can see when a reliever gets a few days rest, just how the ball jumps out of their hands with the fastball. We're seeing that. And it just sets up that very good changeup and slider that he has. But this guy is nasty. Cardinals, by the way, do have him under contract for another year. Is always going away from the right-handed batters. That's one thing you notice. Not to say it's good, bad, or indifferent. It's just the way he's been approaching right-handers so far in the first 6 weeks.
A lot of good closers make their living like that. Lee Smith comes to mind. To a lot of balls down and away. Troy Percival didn't like to pitch in a whole lot. Izzy with that great cutter. Always down and away from the righty. Starting to wonder about something you said to me early in the season, watching defense, infield defense out here. Are we seeing a byproduct of Jose Kendo not being around as much, not being around at all? He works so much with those guys and just in their ear the whole time. It's not like he just shows up the next morning and practices with the guys. It's all day, every inning, constant reminding them of things, screaming out of the dugout,
positioning. The 2-2.
Does such an amazing job with those infielders.
Reaching for it and caught at second base by Kolten Wong. That ends the 7th. Crone trying to pick up his third hit. 2 scoreless innings for Seung-Hwan Oh. Ten or more strikeouts for Clayton Kershaw. Here's Holiday trying to make it a 3-home run night. Big night for the Cardinals' designated hitter. First pitch popped up just below us. But you know, you feel safe up here knowing that Josh Golden is with us. You know that he'll keep us safe. Your personal assistant.
JR's personal assistant.
Oh, 1 pitch. Oh, 2 the count on Holiday.
Has Matt Holliday ever had a 3-home run game?
He has not. He could change that right here. 0-2 pitch. Fastball taken high. From Corey Rasmus. His brother took the qualifying offer from the Houston Astros, and he's off to a good start. Former Cardinals center fielder. Pulled foul. Oh!
Oops.
The fan reaching for that ball, quickly hopping back into his seat.
You know what I like about Holiday tonight? He's been on every breaking ball. It's almost like from this angle up here, you can see him kind of sit a little bit. He's had really good swings at every breaking ball tonight. That's when your balance and timing is at its best.
There's that breaking ball, stays away from it. It's also about recognition too, isn't it?
Yes.
Earlier in the season, he may pull off on that pitch, chase it. The 2-2. Big gap in left center. Holiday, a base hit into right field, on base for the 4th time tonight. came in hitting .243, and that's on the rise. Plaza Tire Fox tracks as he fights off this pitch and picks up a single to right field. The Cardinals now with 14 hits.
See, that pitch is right down the middle, but he doesn't pull off and he stays with it. Those are the little keys you see to when you're looking at a hitter that's going well. You see those things and you know he's doing things right.
Big hit in this game was Adams against a lefty and picked up a single and 2 RBIs. He's got 2 hits tonight, 2 for 4. We've talked about so much a player trying to keep his weight back, and that's what Adams was trying to do a lot of in spring training. Really felt he was in between with his swings, and looks like he's starting to get better and better and better.
Like you say, it's all about pitch recognition. It's funny, talking to Mike Trout the other day, he said that sometimes he has to step out of the box when he starts to think too much. And sometimes thinking is when you're thinking about what could be coming and you lose all of your pitch recognition. And that goes with it too, as far as just keeping your mind free and trying to just react to what you see.
Changeup got him out in front. And a strikeout of Adams.
It's a good changeup right there. You hardly ever see a changeup on the inner half of the plate. So as soon as you see that ball come out of his hand, you think fastball for sure.
Michael Wacha and Ross Stripling tomorrow from Dodger Stadium. Or rather, Molina just sitting on that pitch and ripped it foul. Does it amaze you that Molina, with all the wear and tear that he's had with all the innings behind the plate, that he's still playing and hitting at this high of a level?
Doesn't surprise me. It is a lot of work for him, I'm sure. Work in progress every year as a catcher, trying to keep his legs in shape.
Base hit into right center. Holiday to second. He'll stop there. Yadier Molina on base for the 3rd time tonight.
There's a few guys taking some good swings tonight.
You know what? They're comfortable in the box.
Good to see. Don't like that word, comfortable.
You don't like that?
I don't like it because I know what it means when other teams say that. But you're right, it's the right word to use, except that when you hear other people talk about it, that's when they talk about, well, he's too comfortable, so let's make him move his feet. Let's throw the ball inside. Let's knock him down. Let's do whatever it takes to get him uncomfortable.
There's an uncomfortable swing right there.
I couldn't have said it better myself. And I almost said it, but you beat me to the punch.
Rasmus, the 5th pitcher used by the Angels tonight. Hazelbaker, a 2-out, 2 RBI single in the 4th. This could be 2. Out at second and safe at first. Boy, he gets down the line very quickly. Some awkward swings tonight from Jeremy.
Hustling all the way. See what I was talking about that shoulder, and just when you think guys are looking inside and you see just a little bit of that lean, just leaning away from the plate with your feet, your legs, your body, shoulder, anything that starts to go away from the plate creates so many problems.
2 outs, 2 on. Here's Randall Grichuk. Runner goes. It's Hazelbaker. Ball gets away, and Holiday will stay put at 3rd.
Hazelbaker got a great jump.
Sure did. That's his 3rd stolen base of the year. Jared Weaver made the start. He had 3 scoreless innings. He went 4, gave up 9 hits, 8 runs. All were earned. Then Malley, Guerra, Alvarez, and now Rasmus. single back in inning number 5 to left for Randal Grichuk. When I watch Grichuk, I just think he's raw. You know, he's got so much talent. Hit for power, good arm, good speed, but raw.
Yeah, sometimes it just takes a long time to get some of the knowledge that you need to just learn, just to keep you consistent. How to keep your body fresh, how to go about, you know, if you take too many swings each day, keeping your arm fresh, legs fresh. It's just it's a fine line between doing too little and doing too much.
Curveball taken low.
I always talk about players when they get drafted. Now they're going to have to play 140 games and learn how to get through that. And it always doesn't happen in the first year. The pitchers, after they come out of college, have to play the long season. It's the same thing up here. It's just a whole new learning experience.
2-1. Now 2-2. The foul ball makes its way to the upper deck here at the Big A, where it's been quiet for the better part of these 3 games.
Been quiet everywhere but this booth.
Speak for yourself. I think Josh has handled himself in a very good manner. Your longtime buddy, Josh Golden,
our assistant.
Top statistician, one of the best in baseball. And John Reynolds, St. Louis native that he just never misses a game. And when he's up here, he doesn't miss much. Except through innings 1 through 9.
Things were so much smoother yesterday, weren't they?
Really were. I mean, JR decided to leave a little early, and we had his top assistant come in to replace him, and she was outstanding. We didn't miss a beat. 3-2 on Grichuk with runners at second and third. Bases loaded for Colton Wong. This is the kind of at bat, Jimmy, that you think it could get Colton Wong going. We'll see. Bases will be loaded, 2 outs. Cam Bedrosian coming in when we come back. Bedrosian comes into the ball game. Cardinals have 15 hits tonight. Every starter, by the way, has a hit. 5 different Cardinals have multiple hits. That makes it interesting. You know, we talk so much about the lineup in particular, Aledmys Diaz, and where he should hit in the lineup, but when you're putting up numbers like this, you don't really worry about it. You don't shake it up that much, especially with what the Cardinals have done offensively on the road.
Yeah, you just leave well enough alone. These guys are starting to swing the bat a little bit. It's what you're, as a manager, it's what you're hoping for. You throw your lineup out there and don't want to change it up too much. Got a couple guys platooning here and there, but just waiting for everyone to click.
Bases loaded for Colton Wong. Walk tonight, also a single and a run scored. First pitch, a ball high. So here it is, the difference between being 0-1 and 1-0. It seems like so many times this year, it's been 1-2, 0-2 on Colton Wong. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Fastball and a strike.
You know, I find it sometimes for the younger players, found it for myself, you really have to just be ready to hit from pitch one. And sometimes you go up there and you kind of in between thinking too much and not knowing how they're going to attack you. And the next thing you know, you're 0-1, 0-2. So the one thing I had to learn was be ready to hit from the first pitch on.
Back to Bedrosian, and Wong strands the bases loaded. We move to the bottom of the 8th. 15 hits, 10 runs for the Cardinals tonight as they lead at 10-7. Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. And by your local Volkswagen dealer. 10-7, the Cardinals have the lead here in the bottom half of the 8th inning from the Big A in Anaheim. And a big man takes over. That's Jonathan Broxton, our Chevy call to the pen. Here's a guy that used to throw triple digits, closer for the Dodgers, and doesn't throw as hard, still pretty hard, 95, 96, and very, very effective at the start of this 2016 campaign. Giavitella looks at a strike, and we're underway in the bottom of the 8th. Cardinals traded for Broxton last year, and he signed a 2-year deal.
I was trolling on my social media in between innings, and I was assured that there were a lot of diehards still awake watching this game.
The minute you say,
I appreciate the info, though.
I wonder if people are watching. Boy, your Twitter feed, Jimmy, will light up the 1-1.
I know people are watching. I just think it's funny to say it.
assuming, speaking of like we were before, comfortable at bats. This guy would make you uncomfortable. He is a big man out there, big power arm. Mentioned it, he can hit triple digits. Hit 99 a year ago for the Cardinals. The 2-1 pitch. For those that are not aware.
Oh, don't do it.
At Jim Edmonds.
I'm changing it now.
So go ahead and text Jimmy.
Thanks, guys.
Give him all your comments, concerns.
No.
At Jim Edmonds. Here's a ground ball. Adams to Broxton for the out.
Check yours a lot. I rarely go on Twitter.
It's great to have a chance to interact with the fans.
I think I need to do that a little bit more, but I don't know. I'm just not a big social media guy.
Your wife, on the other hand,
she does a little bit of work on social media.
What, 200,000 plus followers on Twitter?
I think that's on Instagram, like 225,000 followers on Instagram. Can't keep up.
No.
I'm glad that's not me. Izzy said everyone is watching.
And the great thing about Jim is that if you tweet at him, he feels it's his sole responsibility to reply to all of you that have a message for him. Here's Carlos Perez. There's ball one. Seung-Hwan Oh in relief of Wainwright, 2 scoreless innings. It's been called more tonight than we see in most games, that high strike.
I like that one. I think that should be called more often.
Agreed.
Go back to the day where the catcher was standing up. Imagine.
Fully exposed.
You had to be like the Yogi Berra's height, though, to get a good
exactly.
strike zone.
The 2-2 pitch. Fouled back. Catch it, Jimmy.
Catch it, Josh.
Oh, come on. 8 gold gloves.
Look around everyone.
They're upset with you.
The entire level is staring at us.
You got to make that play.
What are you guys doing, JR? They're running from the ball. It scared everyone up here.
Why didn't you catch that?
There's too many people in the way. Look at all these people. I mean, you got people hiding in the back. You got Josh, JR. The ball literally landed right here.
You could have done that.
I could have gotten it, but I would have had to knock these two down on the seats.
It'd have been circa 2004. Brad Ausmus at the plate. You diving to make that catch in left center.
Did you see me? I didn't even. I just stood right here and watched it. Boom.
What's wrong with you?
I'm not interested in catching a foul ball with all that spin barehanded. Oh, no. Let's see how fast we move.
Look at JR. It's embarrassing.
Oh, man.
Should be embarrassed, JR.
What a great job this is.
0-1 is hit out to left field. And Broxton has a 1-2-3 inning. Take some tips from Jeremy Hazelbaker if you're John Reynolds. Make the play. Don't be scared. It's Diaz. The Cardinals with 15 hits tonight and a lead of 10-7.
A new third baseman, backup catcher,
Giovanni Soto. Former Rookie of the Year back in 2008 with the Chicago Cubs. So his second career game at third base.
That was the year that I was in Chicago. I thought he was going to be a star in the making.
You said he was a good teammate too.
He is a good teammate. It's funny, we were talking about Yachty and all the things about him over the years, and Gio has lost a lot of weight. In good shape. I didn't even recognize him the other day at the golf tournament. Good to see. Yeah. He looks really good. Just hope he doesn't get hurt at third base. I don't know if that's the position I'd pick.
Boy, a lot of people that are still watching this game are upset you didn't catch that ball.
I think they're just upset at JR.
As Diaz sends a fly ball into right. Many have written in and said, JR, you can't catch that hiding behind a piece of paper. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Jim, I can do just about every promo from the top of my head, no problem. But this one right here, the old disclaimer gets me every time.
It messes you up.
It does.
I was always, every time I watch a game, I'm like, why do they have to say that?
Can't make copies, Jimmy. So tell your mom.
The game is over. Who would want to copy it?
Well, there's many people that want to go back and listen to your insight. See the reaction of JR on a foul ball. One out, nobody on, and an 0-1 pitch. Carpenter, 3-run homer back in inning number 5, and Singleton scored in the 6th, walked in the 7th. Fastball at 96. The son of Steve Bedrosian, Cam, right now. 1-2 pitch.
I guess Jim didn't hear our advice about the interview last night. Getting Cam some info on Cam. Probably went home early when we were talking about it.
Wouldn't surprise me. Late swing by Carpenter and a strikeout on the fastball. 6 is a serious number. Get any size coffee, fountain, frozen drink tomorrow. Just 50 cents at your nearest local On the Run. And use the On the Run app to find your nearest store. On the Run. You earned it. Cardinals with 10 runs here tonight.
One foul ball is all I needed for my Twitter handle to blow up. I can't refresh it fast enough.
Again, you can follow Jim at Jim Edmonds.
I guess I'm going to have to start trying to catch the ball up here.
A lot of people are
Gubazov still shaking his head.
upset with the effort put together by JR. Really a local legend here in the television industry. Carson, Seacrest, John Reynolds. How many, John? Only 6 Emmys? Yeah. The 2-1 pitch inside. Three 1-2 Piscotty. 3-2. This young man throws
good
hard.
fastball.
Chris Tuno from our public relations department has just alerted me to the best stat of the night. We have over 2,000 more people following you now within the last half inning.
I literally have just gotten about 200 comments since that foul ball. Uh-oh.
Low throw and safe at first. Piscotty as Soto made a good play, but the other half is the throw.
Made a great play here. He's got something going on with his throwing for sure. It's the way he was throwing the ball to the mound last night.
Yep.
That is not a good situation.
For those that didn't see it, when he throws back the ball to the pitcher, he gets down on his knees and then almost leans forward with his glove, puts it on the ground, and lobs it back to the pitcher. It's a good pickup, Jimmy, because that looked to be the case there.
He has that little stutter step, like he doesn't really want to get rid of it. I think that's probably the worst thing that I've ever watched as a player, is someone that has to go through that. They call it the yips. Just living through the whole Rick Ankiel situation and just a couple other guys around, but it's got to be an awful, awful feeling to not be able to throw the ball like you've been able to do your whole life.
And a base hit for Holliday into right. Matt Holliday on base for the 5th time tonight, and it's a 4-hit game for the Cardinals' designated hitter. The 26th time that Holliday has had a 4-hit night.
That's impressive.
It's a lot. Got to be around a long time to do that. It's hard to believe that Holliday came up back all the way in 2004 with the Colorado Rockies, originally signed as a third baseman and then moved to the outfield. Had a lot of people say on Twitter, poor Jimmy, you're catching Game 7. Set Danny Mac up for the expectations that you'd make that play with the catch here in the booth.
I'm going to bring my glove tomorrow.
Can't disagree.
Look how many people have brought you the last 3 days for entertainment.
Your
in
mom,
the booth.
Your childhood friend, your mom,
kids, friends.
I mean, it's been a blast.
You have somebody to yell at now? Probably get tired of yelling at JR.
Two on and a chance for Adams to extend a 3-run lead. Ground ball up the middle, base hit. Piscotty will score. That makes it a 4-run St. Louis lead. Nicely done, Matt Adams. You make an error at this level and guys make you pay. That's what's happened here.
It happens every single time. The poor guy on the mound is the one That gets all the backlash.
Here's Yadier Molina. Molina hits it out of play. Cardinals with 17 hits, 11 runs here tonight, and a chance to tack on this 4-run lead. Molina on base 3 times, 2 base hits, a run scored, and a walk. Chance of Yadi here on the West Coast. Already the Cardinals with 5 games, including tonight, with 11 or more runs. They had a total of 4 of those a year ago. The 1-1 pitch to Molina. I'm not sure if we've mentioned this, but Jim is on Twitter at Jim Edmonds.
Oh my gosh. Even Mike's laughing. Isn't it like these hitters have just turned the, it's like everyone's taking better at bats, just like overnight, just bang.
1-2 pitch to Yadier Molina. Now time is called. One ball, 2 strikes on the Cardinals catcher.
We forgot about Tim Shannon was in the booth.
There's another one.
See?
The 2-2 pitch. Molina, right side, base hit. Holiday being waved in. Calhoun to throw to the plate. Not in time as the ball hits the umpire and scoots away, and with that, Molina will take second base. My goodness. The right side of the stands is turned into Busch Stadium West.
Holy moly. There's about 300 people standing up chanting Gotti.
And following the error, Soto should be out of the inning. Cardinals pick up 2 runs and trying to pick up more. It's now a 12-7 St. Louis lead. Again, Mike Scioscia will go to his bullpen. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Big night for the Cardinals offense in search of a sweep. Watch the Angels extended the inning. That error has led to 2 more runs, and the Cardinals trying to add more on as Jeremy Hazelbaker will face Fernando Salas, who was with the St. Louis Cardinals and part of the 2011 championship team. With the Angels, tonight is game number 144. His record stands in that time since the trade 12-3. He had 24 saves in 30 games back in 2011, and he had the most saves on the team. Think about that. That's forgotten. That run of 2011. Eventually, Jason Mott took over and was the eventual closer. Hazelbaker looks at a ball.
There's a lot of red left in the stands, Danny.
Hazelbaker pops it up. Shallow center. Trout calling off Brendan Ryan. And he'll make the catch. The Cardinals with a 5-run lead, so Rosenthal sits. Maine is coming on when we come back, and the Cardinals looking for a sweep to start this road trip. Four for 5, 2 home runs, 3 RBIs, 3 runs scored. Along with Jim Edmonds, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Jim Hayes is here. And the Cardinals 3 outs away from a sweep of the Angels before heading to Dodger Stadium. Big Cardinal fan, Mike Wilson, watching tonight. Enjoying Cardinals baseball.
Hashtag you're welcome.
One of the things I get to on Twitter working with you, and because you elected not to catch the foul ball, I'm now seeing just about every great play you've ever made in your career.
Oh, we would have had another one right there. I don't
Catch
get
on
any of that stuff.
Towles Hill, the catch in Cincinnati, catch in 2004 against Houston. Here's an 0-2 pitch by Seth Maness. And that's a fair ball. Giovanni Soto on his way to second base, and the throw is not in time. It's a double for Soto to lead off the bottom of the ninth. Cardinals really trying to get Maness right with that sinker and 5-run lead, these kind of games that he's not usually used in because Cardinals have used him in high leverage situations and get those ground balls and double plays.
It's tough too for a player who's been used to being in situations that are money situations and being out there when the game is on the line to ask him to come in sometimes, and it's really hard for him to get his work in because his adrenaline isn't where it normally is. saying earlier in spring training, Mike Matheny said this guy thrives on the competition and being in the middle of the game when the game is on the line.
Cole Calhoun 1 for 4 with a 2-run single back in the third. See, never in my wildest imagination, when you were acquired and I knew the Cardinals were getting a very good player, and then you turned into a tremendous player, that I thought that I'd have to rely on others in the booth working with you to make catches.
I was wondering where you were going with that. I thought you were going to give me a compliment about how you never thought we'd be working together.
Well, that's true too.
That's was in the same spot with that.
Into right center, and that makes it a 12-8 game. So run will score. 2 hits against Manus. As Soto scores the 8th run for the Angels. You know, the last thing that you want to see if you're Mike Matheny is this become a save situation and then have to get Rosenthal back up, get him back loose.
Yeah, that's not what he's looking for right there, but you got to do it. You got to do it.
And I got to tell you, you're doing a great job up here. It's a lot of fun.
I appreciate that.
As Trout takes a ball low.
Our new statistician's doing pretty good too.
Josh Golden hasn't handed us one stat yet through 3 nights of baseball.
Except for one reliever in San Francisco. He was on that one.
So there's Rosenthal getting loose. This becomes a save situation. 2 balls and 1 strike. Mention how guys need work. Monday, the off day. Tuesday, Lions came in for 1 inning in relief of Mike Leake, who went 8. Last night, Siegrist and Rosenthal. Rosie threw 22 pitches as that's caught. It's short. And Aledmus Diaz takes a hit away from Mike Trout. What a play. That's his second dazzling play that he's made in this game. Wow.
This ball is hit, and he just makes a nice play going to his right. Don't have a whole lot of time in that infield some days. Some plays, reaction time is so quick.
A ball and a strike on Pujols. Albert last time up, a base hit into left center, 1 for 4. Fly ball, center, Grichuk back, leaps off his glove. Off his glove, it's a home run for Albert Pujols. And with that, Albert Pujols is the 9th active player to hit a home run against every team in the major leagues. He's now hit one against his former team. His 7th of the year. Couple of RBIs, he's now up to 20, and that'll be it for Manus. It's now a 2-run lead, and things have just gotten interesting here at the Big A. back. Had it timed perfectly. Take a look here. Did he have it?
Oh, that hurts.
The tip of his glove. Oh.
That one will stay with you for a while. Let me tell you.
I bet.
Been there.
Chevy called to the pen. Rosenthal is in. It's now a save situation. He was up for the second time and now comes in. It's Daniel Nava. 12-10 our score here in the bottom of the ninth, and that pitch taken low. There is an art, isn't there, to making plays like that, from the run, the timing, understanding where you're at. I mean, everything has to be in sync to make those kind of plays.
Yeah, he went a long way for that ball, too. And you can kind of see at the very end of that replay, his shoulder kind of got stuck in the wall, kept him from going a little bit higher.
Of concern for the Cardinals, the man on deck, Crone, who's been red hot here recently. He's got 2 doubles tonight. You would not want him to come up and a chance to tie this game up. The 2-0 pitch. There it is, 2-1. Pitch at 95 from Trevor Rosenthal. Three and two. Cardinals 2 outs away. The next two, Daniel Nava, 3-2 pitch. He walked him. Tying run will come to the plate. My goodness. From a 5-run lead to now the tying run at the plate. They're showing the rally cat here on the video board at the Big A, not the rally monkey. Seeing that Crone is very good at going the other way. You think about the fastball of Rosenthal. Adams holding a runner on. Could spell trouble.
Yachty's just trying to go out there and slow him down a little bit. See what he's thinking. Sometimes you go to the mound and you just stand there and they say, well, aren't you going to tell me something? And you're like, nope, just trying to kill some time.
Slow you down.
Yep.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. Inside, 2 balls, no strikes. The one thing we've seen from Trevor Rosenthal, and we mentioned it earlier in the telecast, is the fact that he hasn't been used an awful lot this year. Used a ton last season. I just wonder how sharp he's been with the long layoffs first 6 weeks. 2-0 pitch. Three and 0. Well, if you're Mike Sosa, it's 3-0. The next 3 hitters came in all hitting under 200. He's got the green light.
I would think so.
Even with the struggles right now of Rosenthal. The 3-0 pitch. He's come in and walked the first 2. The winning run will come to the plate. Double play can end it. Now, if you're Mike Matheny, you got to think about going to your pen. And yeah, as we say that, Siegrist begins to throw. Did you find that the pitch selection in the previous at bat was curious?
I did, actually, but it just goes to show you that they had some respect for Crone, because you don't want to just groove him a fastball, but yet I thought 2-0 changeup and 3-0 slider. But you know, sometimes when you're struggling with your fastball, you change the grip and try something different. So there's really two sides of that story.
Mike Matheny hops out of the dugout. 2 balls, no strikes. Rosenthal has come in after the home run by Pujols. He's walked 2 and falls behind 2 balls and no strikes on Johnny Giavotella.
The shot clock is on.
Yep. Your favorite. It's not only the fact that he's missing, it's by how much, too, that gets you cause for concern. I always wondered this from a player's perspective, especially a closer. You're up, you're going to come in, then you sit. Your team tacks on a couple of runs, the lead is 5, and you mentally shut it down.
Oh, that you definitely mentally shut it down. But at this level, you mentally have to turn it back on again, because you're asked to come in the game. It seems like he's just rushing a little bit.
The 2-0 pitch. Take it just a bit high, 3-0. This could be the final pitch of the night for Rosenthal. If he walks him, he's going to come out of this game.
Definitely a better pace in that last pitch, though.
The 3-0. Wow. Bases are loaded. And that's it. Rosenthal is out. 3 consecutive walks issued by Rosenthal in what has been a crazy night of baseball. It's getting a bit crazier. Siegrist coming on with the bases loaded, the game on the line. Our Chevy call to the pen. Appearance, it did not go well. Walked 3 straight, winning run at first base. Tying runs are aboard, so the Cardinals turn to Kevin Siegrist, who does have a little bit of a history of closing games out. He'll try to get the final 2 outs here. Nice luxury to have when you have your closer ineffective, and then all of a sudden you go to another guy that on other teams will be closing games out.
There's a few guys in the bullpen like that here.
33 hits, 22 runs, 3 errors in this game, and now Carlos Perez. Bases are loaded. First pitch by Segrist. Oh, 0-2. Segrist, you know the good fastball is there, and a changeup. Occasionally mixes in the curveball against the lefties. Double play could end it. Home run could end it. Triple could end it. 0-2 pitch. Fouled back.
I'd like to see the double play. Maybe not the triple or the double.
I'm in agreement. Hit the road to LA. One ball, 2 strikes. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Hit out of play.
As a player, it always seems like your travel days are like this. Luckily that they're only driving to LA. The Angels have to go to Seattle.
Seattle. Here's a 1-2 pitch. On the inside corner, struck him out. 1 out away.
A good solid crossfire and fastball right here. 93 miles an hour on the inside corner.
Shane Robinson will be the pinch hitter now for the Angels. Trying to haunt his former team. We saw, you know, there's not great numbers. He's about a .240 hitter in the big leagues, but at times, he'd be a tough out.
You know, it's funny, like these guys, the smaller guys, a little smaller swing, battle and battle and battle. I was actually not excited to see Brendan Ryan come to the plate right there, to be honest with you. I could just see his little flare to right. Everyone running. Speedy runner on first.
2 outs, bases loaded. The first pitch to Robinson. Hit out of play. Segrist trying to take Rosenthal off the hook, and Maness as well. Inning started with a 5-run lead. And if you're just joining us, not sure what you've been doing, but it's now 12-10. The 0-1 pitch from Kevin Segrist. Popped up. Is it playable? Adams, Molina, near the dugout. Yanni's got it. The Cardinals have a sweep, and they hold on 12-10. 3 hours, 56 minutes of baseball, and it was all worth it for Mike Matheny and the Cardinals.
Kevin Seagrass did a great job right there coming in a situation where you talk about being mentally shut down. You see Trevor Rosenthal going into the game. He's done for the night, has to get up, come in, get 2 outs. Crazy long game. Glad that the Cardinals are on the good side of that one.
On to the post-game show. Cardinals hold on. Molina off the bat of Robinson. Watching it in the glove. Thank you, thank you, thank you.